Am I actually live? One. Is this actually live? I can't bloody tell. Or is this just testing? How the bloody hell do you tell? Oh, okay, so I guess I'm live. Oh shit. I was only supposed to be testing, but now I'm live. Okay, so it is live. Wait a minute. Oh god, I'm too much of a boomer for this shit, guys. Alright. I guess I'm starting without any of the prep I wanted to. So, there's that. Right, so I gotta find the thing I'm going for. I also need to go downstairs to get some food. YouTube. Alright, I'm gonna go into my channel. Oh, look, I can see my own stream. That's funny. I'll go back in here. Okay, so everyone can hear me nice and clear. That's good to hear. Yeah, unfortunately, guys, I'm boomer. I meant to test. I was gonna like do this in like 15 minutes. So you're gonna have to just run with me as I be like really dumb and try and figure out what I'm doing. I've got some hot water down here. I needed to put some food on, which I was supposed to do an hour ago, but I didn't do it. So this is gonna be me just chatting for a little bit while I figure out life. I'll be back in a second. All right. I'm back. Can people see me? All right, let's have a look at what the chat's saying. Hello, everyone. All right, that's good. That's good because I am absolutely not prepared for this. Like, I have 2 potatoes in my hand. Like, this is how unprepared I am. I was gonna walk. Oh god. All right, I'm a bit lower now. This may make it easier for me. I'm still. All right, this page isn't very fancy, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Oh. All right, I hope everyone is well. I'm incredibly unprepared. I didn't even warm up my voice. My voice is probably gonna go because I'm planning to go like until I can't anymore. So I'm gonna be here for hours probably. So yeah, I'm gonna check the chat because I'm gonna just slowly warm up to it and hope my voice doesn't like give out. Because I was recording some scripts yesterday in chat, in some voice chats and whatever. So we'll try. We'll see what's going to happen. Anyway, my plan was I was going to do some chatting, and I was actually going to just have some fun. I haven't been able to do one of these in a while because I used to do this on my MacBook, and MacBooks are shit for streaming. I used to do it on a website because I couldn't get OBS to work with my Mac. It wouldn't use my microphone, and I gave my other microphone away foolishly. So I haven't been able to use OBS at all to stream. And yeah, eventually the streaming software I used died. they just stopped like supporting it. It became like one that you have to pay for, and fuck that, I'm poor. So I decided that the only option I had was to take my tower that was downstairs and I couldn't record, and I grabbed it like Sisyphus and brought it up the stairs and put it in a room, like in a guest room. And I just decided, fuck it, I'll record in here. I'll just put everything in here and deal with it. So that's how it be, guys, and that is where I am right now in my life. So this is the live stream. Oh, if I came back dressed as the girl from Perfect Blue, that would have been so fucking great. What's her name? Like Mima, isn't it? Mima? I could have came. Oh, that would have been great. If I had actually got some costumes down and some nice lighting, which I don't have, that would be really cool. But I'm afraid, guys, I'm not that prepared. I didn't even know I was streaming until everyone said I was. So there you go. Right, what are other people saying here? All right, so someone was saying your editing has no right to be as good as it is. Awesome, dude. I'm glad people enjoy that. I'm not an editor by trade, but I have been editing on and off for like 10 years, unintentionally so. Almost like being an animator myself. Like it's all like never intentional. It just happened, and now I'm here, and this is my life. That's what happened with editing as well. You watch too much Angry Video Game Nerd when you're 14, and suddenly you're an editor, and you start using Movie Maker, and then you learn how to use Premiere, and now you're here, 10 years later. So small beginnings don't mean much, guys. You can get anywhere after enough time. I didn't even spend that whole time editing. I spent most of that time on Photoshop. So we're all live. They can hear me nice and clear. I'm glad everyone's feeling good. This is my live stream. I've been watching your videos for quite a while, and I have to say, you have some amazing content. Thank you for the inspiration. Is that Damien? Thank you, Damien. I appreciate it. Hello. It's always nice. It's always still weird to think about people watching your content. It's not something I guess I think too much about. I just assume I have an audience of like 10 people still to some degree. Sometimes I do, depending on the video I put out. But hello. What am I supposed? Yeah, I am literally Sisyphus. Not Sisyphus, Sisyphus, right? Sisyphus, that's how you say it, isn't it? I am Sisyphus, bringing my tower up the stairs, trying to get the Ethernet cable to pull it through to now a door that doesn't close. Are you going to watch the live stream regarding Satoshi Kon? Was there a live stream regarding him? I'm going to be watching my own video. I'm going to tell you why it's all like horribly broken behind the scenes, and I'm going to show you all the funny. I'm just going to talk about the process. I don't think I've ever done this like to people. Just showed them how I make a video like this. I'm glad you found it today. Yeah, so I'm eating this potato right now, but I will start looking into it slowly. So what I'm going to have to do, because I need to figure out how to see the chat. So I've got my phone here. So this is how it's going to have to be, I guess. I'm going to. God, I'm gonna like get the chat up on my phone just to keep up with it if need be, and I'm gonna play the stream on my phone. Yeah, this is fucking hell. What am I even doing with my life? That's my plan, guys. Oh God, I'm not even live on my phone. All right, come on, Jennifer. Yeah, really good timing. You'll see me in the least. This is probably the worst way you're going to see me. I'm just completely unprepared. Don't know what I'm doing. That's generally how this goes when I make any video. I usually don't know what I'm doing. It's just like you don't know what you're doing long enough. You eventually like figure out the vagueness of it. All right. My phone's got the thing up. Got to find the chat. All right, so the chat's up. Am I Brave verified? What does that even mean? I might be. I don't know how to use Brave though. So, aha, video. Ooh. You guys, can you guys hear like when my computer is playing? Wait a minute, let me just check my phone. What's some kind of inception? Yeah, this message has been held. Okay. Yeah. There we go. So will you just comment over the video? Wait a minute. First things I got to figure out. All right, you guys can see the screen. You can see the video. It looks like you can see most of what I can see. I guess you could pay with Brave points, but I don't know how to get them. So I don't. So that it would be cool, but I don't know how to access it all. I think I like tried to make an account on Brave years ago, and I was like, oh, that sounds like a cool idea, and I never looked into it any further. So how would I get my money back? How do I make money? I don't know. All right, first thing first, I've got to check, guys. You're gonna have to help me with this one. Can you hear that? So you can hear it. I'm gonna pause the video for a second, just to confirm, chat. Can you hear that? I mean, I paused it, but wait. Can you hear that right now? I don't know how to set things up. No? No. Fuck. How do I? Oh shit. How does one set up? Shit. This is how unprepared I am. Like how does one set up? All right. So no, you can't hear that. All right. How does one set up so sound can come through? It's actually not even that important, I guess, but I probably should get it set up. But you can all hear me, right? Oh, okay. I'm using OBS. Wait a minute. All right. This is the Boomer Patrol right here. So I'm on OBS. How do I make audio sound on my browser? All right. I'm hearing file settings. Oh, I could do that, but I actually, because I've like put in my interface, it's actually made it's made all the audio on my computer go through the interface. I've never used the interface with this computer before, so I haven't got a clue what I'm doing. All right, there we go. Audio. All right. This is how prepared I am, guys. Thanks for the help. All right, so I'm in audio. How do I make my browser come on the screen then? Because it can hear my mic. All right, I'm on audio. Devices. Oh, okay. So, wait a minute. Which one of these would it even be? It's like default. Um, which one of these am I supposed to be pressing? So devices. Do I need to make the default audio something? All right, desktop audio. Wait, which would I make it? Fuck, I don't even know. Change it to what? What? To what use? To what you use? Fuck, I haven't got a clue. Let me just try things until it works. I'm gonna assume it's that one. So let's try that. Can you hear that? Wait a minute. Can anyone hear the Fame jig? No, they can't hear that. Fuck. Fuck. All right. Well, this is how it goes, boys. This is how it goes. I haven't got a clue what I'm doing. Wait, I'm gonna take this one for a second. Shit, do I have a stream link to this shit? Fucking, I have absolutely know what I'm doing. I have absolutely no clue. This is completely unprepared. Wow. So it's kind of impressive, if I'm honest, how unprepared I am. Right, what do I need here? So I'm gonna take that stream link for a second, and I'll post it on Twitter. So help. There we go. All right, back to the thing. So where are we at? Audio settings are always fucky as hell. Yeah, damn. This is very tense. Can't calm down. Yeah, what's up? I know. All right, so yeah, I was setting up here, and I just assumed I assumed the audio on here would just figure itself out, but the desktop audio is not like doing what it's supposed to do. I'm gonna change it to that one for a second. Wait, actually, if I changed it to this one, can you hear that now? Hello, hello. Can anyone hear the song here on the Can anyone hear the video?
The more time
shit, I can hear it on my one. Yeah, alright, sweet. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I figured it out. I'm a genius. Yeah, okay. Alright. I did it. Alright. Alright, everyone. We did it. It was a ridiculous job, and I'm still horribly unprepared. But I'm just gonna figure this out as we go. But like the idea of the stream was Tech God. Yeah, that's me, Tech God. Alright. So the idea for the stream is I'm gonna sit down and chat for a bit. And I was gonna go through the video and kind of tell you why things are broken, and also talk about like how to make a video like this, I guess. And just how I did it and like what I referenced and stuff like that. Because there's a ton of references in the comments, but I want to give you like the idea of how it went. Say for example right here. So for a second, I did it. All I know about it's Mario's anniversary. I should totally be plugging my video on like the Mario character designer. If you guys want to learn about Mario, you should look at my Mario character designer video. I think it's called, was it Nintendo's Defining Artist or something like that? Which is about Yoichi Kotabe and his impact on Mario's character design and development over the years. And effectively how the designs haven't really changed since he even left in 2007, since he basically started on Mario 2. Anyway, yeah, guys, all check that out. But no, you need to watch me first. You need to be here. Everyone watch me. Because I need help. All right. So, everyone. Right? So, beginning with this video, right? I'll go through it small bit by part, right? So, here's the first question, right?
Original.
I'm dubbing this.
That's not my style.
And there's a very particular reason why I had to dub those lines, because I did have the original audio. I just retooled the video, the Kotabe one. Maybe I'll have to retool it again. Right. So I dubbed that clip there for a very specific reason, and I don't tend to do this as much. I don't tend to dub over the Japanese clips as much, mainly because it's too much work for me and I can't be bothered. Though it is probably like better for a general audience. It may be better to do that, just because, you know, people who don't read as well, or people who've got like dyslexia and stuff like that, it is somewhat better to like dub the tracks. But I kind of like keeping the original audio. And I mean, I tend to... Oh, fuck, no. My camera just shut off, did it? Why did my camera shut off? Oh, Jesus Christ, guys. One problem after another. One problem after another. All right, I've actually got a charger cable, so I'm going to make sure this camera can work again. This literally couldn't... Fuck, where is this? Where is it? Where's the cable? Go on. God, life is literally falling apart. Oh, Jesus Christ. What is my fucking life? Yeah, fuck. This is just the demons of life. This is my breakdown. This is literally my breakdown. This is what this video is about. It's actually my breakdown. Yeah, I just plugged it in. I didn't know the battery was that shit. Alright, so back to the point I was making. So yeah, I dubbed this original clip for one specific reason in terms of editing. Alright, so yeah. The original clip here, I'll go back to it. Alright, so I'm dubbing this clip here. As you can see the actual things on the audio there.
But that's not my style.
And I did this because that clip, if I understand right, is from the Paprika behind the scenes. And in the Paprika behind the scenes, they use a lot of the Paprika music quite loud in the background. And the issue I had is that I wanted to start the video with a kind of, montage AMV. And the idea of this, for me at least, was I wanted to kind of set the tone for what Con's work is like by trying to take his films and emulate the way he directs, but intercutting between the films. And I couldn't do that with this really loud Paprika music and then go into the music I wanted. Because if you want to do like a montage like this and not get copyright claims, you've got to use music that is generally outside of the copyright field. And I wanted to use a very specific song here, one that's actually used later on in Tokyo Godfathers. This is the Ninth Symphony by Beethoven, not Bach. In the video I call him Bach. I don't know why I did that. I only found out like a day ago or two. Someone mentioned you said Bach in the video. No fucking clue. Probably didn't write it down in the script and just fucking ad-libbed it. Right. So yeah. So because I wanted to transition between songs, I realized that when I was doing the editing, it was really awkward going from the really loud electronic music of Paprika into this classical music. It felt very like discerning. Like I couldn't transition them in any way that felt smooth and not uncomfortable, because I wanted it to have a bit of a preamble before it got in. So there just wasn't a way of doing it. So what I ended up doing is throwing out the audio completely and redubbing it myself so I could then have the track from the beginning, so I could smoothly transition into the montage. So yeah, and yeah, copyright again strikes again. But I wanted to use this track anyway. I actually use this track a lot. I like the Ninth Symphony is a fucking jam, guys. It's like 20 minutes long. It's like has a huge amount of different like areas. Some of them are actually really famous. Some parts you don't hear as much. I believe in Tokyo Godfathers they use the opening for the Ninth Symphony, and they also use the sequence that is used in the Clockwork Orange, which is the more like sort of jovial area when they're walking about. Oh, we got a super chat here. Is that Nicolo? Nicolo. Hello, can't stay for long. It's almost 4. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry it's 4 a.m. here. Oh my god. That's me when any American is streaming. I wanted to say that your video was profound. It had a... I can't speak either, guys. I don't know if you know this, but when I'm narrating videos, this is how it is. I can't read text for shit, and it takes me a couple goes to get it. So let me go from the beginning. Hello, can't stay for long. It's almost 4 a.m. here. Wanted to say your video had a profound impact to me. I always get heartbroken when I'm reminded of Satoshi Kon. I love the video retrospective on him, and yours is one of the best. Thank you very much, Nicolo. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm probably not, because I can't say any word right. But I really appreciate the donation, and I hope you have a nice night and nice, sweet dreams. Yeah, of course. Satoshi Kon didn't speak perfect English, guys. In fact, I don't think he spoke much English at all. Because, here's a story that... Alright, here we go. This is going to get juicy. All right, so there was actually something I had to cut. There's a couple things I actually cut out of this video for time reasons, because I was getting really tight. One of them I could have put in, but I didn't put in because of, how would I put it? I was getting close towards the end, and I didn't want to extend it any longer. I felt after I had went through the will sequence, I was basically on borrowed time. And if I go too far beyond that, it's just going to feel like, why haven't you ended the video? So to me, after I made that conclusion, I was actually going to talk about a very particular animator. God, I've actually forgotten her name. She's a British animator, right? But she was bilingual. She was born in Japan, but she was mainly brought up in Britain. Like, she's got dual citizenship, right? And she was an animator. She worked on a couple French animated films. I believe she worked on the film called The Illusionist, which was by a very famous French animated movie director. And she met Satoshi Kon at a festival where she was an interpreter. And she was an animator on a lot of these European features, and she'd mentioned to Kon that she was looking for animation work in Japan, but at the time she was getting nothing because her experience was all in European animation. She was a very talented animator, though, very talented, and she couldn't get any work in Japan. They were refusing to give her any. Like, she would send her portfolios and no one would call back, including Madhouse. But you know who did call back? It was Satoshi Kon. When she talked to Satoshi Kon, he was like, hey, I'm looking for new animators for my film, The Dream Machine. You should apply on my website. She did. She did a Skype call with Kon. And then, what would you know? She started animating on the project. I was always getting tight. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's called The Illusionist. It's like it was made by the person who did the French, what's it called? Like the Triplets of Belfador, is it? I forget the name. It's like the French film about cycling and about the it came out in like 2003, I believe. But yeah, so effectively, yeah, Con met her through circumstances, and she has this whole interview she did where she talks about her experience working on the project and how that she had to have a lot of the situation explained to her because the Japanese system is so dramatically different than the European one that she had to sort of walk a lot of it through with Con. I was going to use her as an example of kind of like Con's out of the box mentality and also how much he cared about animators. But I also had a sequence earlier in the video where I had one of the animators basically say something very similar. And because I just finished with the ultimate point of the video, I thought I'd be repeating myself. So I never got to use it, which is unfortunate because it's a great story, but it just didn't fit into the time slot. Yeah, the scary bicycle animation. Sylvian. No, it's not Sylvian. Whoever that is, it's not that person. And the illusionist is beautiful but very depressing. Yeah, that. Oh, okay. So Sylvian. I can't see the name, but like that person directed it. Yeah, if they did the Baskerville, not the Baskerville, if they did the triplets of the bicycles, then yeah, it's them. So next step. Let's just actually I can go full screen for this if it will actually show me. I need to check my phone. Is this full screen? It might be a little cropped. If it is, I'm sorry. Okay, let's just yeah. So the illusionist, whoever that is the person who did it. She worked on that film. So let's just go through the sequence here. Yeah, the triplets of Belleville. Listen, I've had to say enough French words. Like, I've got a video coming up very soon on Mobius and the French movie he worked on. And I had to say enough French words in that video. I'm no good at this. Language is not my forte. But I'll just watch the whole thing through, right? So, yeah, this was an idea I had early on to do this. See, this cut here, the transition between the fall, was a very specific cut for me to try and match the sort of action that Con does. Con does a lot of this stuff where he'll switch between scenes with an action, and that's kind of Kurosawa-y, but it's also that he changes time and position. So this is what a lot of this video was. It was me trying to react towards how he cuts, as well as cutting to the music, because again, Con was very enamored by his musical tracks, and sometimes would use them as the basis for how he'd do his storyboards, which is kind of the opposite of how you do it in anime. Right there as well, we get to the dream. And this is something I want to also put in that, like, in Con's reality, there is, like, effectively no reality. Like, everything is completely like broken. Like, there is no point where like reality is set. Usually you start in reality and slowly move further into the dream the further in the film you go. Nothing is assured. Belleville. Okay, I'll take that. But yeah, that's kind of what I was going for this sequence. It's kind of not only a palette taster for like the kind of stuff we're going to see in this video, but also the sort of ideas of how his movies are moved, especially with this sequence here, which is this is his final short animation. And this is something I actually had to also redub a little bit. See that noise there? All right, because of how the original movie, again, this is very particular about when you want to cut for stuff. Because of how the original movie, the short movie, was cut, the music started a second before the bleep of the phone began, which is very good for Con because he's trying to set an atmosphere and a mood for his short film. I think it's called Ohio. But for me, that was really disorientated because I couldn't do a hard cut like this because you could hear the first note of the track that was actually in the thing. So what I had to do was completely remove the audio at the end and replace the phone sound with another phone sound that I found. So yeah, these are the small editing decisions that probably no one noticed but me, but had to be made just so you didn't get like kind of feeling a bit weird. Because already here, I would argue that this cut here maybe a little bit too quick, maybe a little too immediate, because I'm going straight from like the montage into like my
The more
opening
time
thesis.
passes, the more Satoshi Kon's eclectic style has made him.
All right, beginning here then. Yeah, all right. So that's Camila. Camila. Yeah, was it Con who said only animate stories who are impossible to make in movies of? I mean, that's cut. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to go off that because that's really cropped. I'm gonna just. I seem to have cropped it a little too hard. Wait. All right, we'll just go from there because that will do it. I don't want the whole video to look like that. God, this thing is actually delayed quite a bit. Wait a minute. Can I actually? Maybe I need to go on. How's that look? I'm waiting for it to adjust. Wait a minute. All right, now we can see most of the frame. I think we can see the whole frame now. Sorry about that, guys. I'm again completely unprepared. I would have probably started streaming honestly in an hour from here when I could actually figure this all out first, but I don't know what I'm doing. All right, so this shot here, I'm going to put this down for a second. So this shot here that we're looking at with Satoshi Kon. So I drew this picture. I believe I took it from the Wikipedia. Like there's an official picture of Kon, which is like the most used. I decided to like draw my own kind of Kon here. I think I just drew it from like, yeah, I think I just drew it, if I recall. I had like a basis for like what I'd want to do with it, and I added some watercolor overlays. I believe there's also a monoprint texture on top of there, and I also created a bit of a scribble effect for like some of the textures on it. This is like what I would call like the default Kon picture for me. This is one where I was like, this is how I know Kon to look. I drew this text next to it, like I drew out this text myself. I believe looking at it now that it was probably done digitally, probably on Photoshop. I drew it out and sort of placed it next to the picture to try and have it like come in timed. So when we go from, you know, we're going from the hard cut of like it was all a dream, you know,
More
the classic.
time passes, the
we get into this background. I believe that's paper background I found. So I move the Satoshi Kon in. I do the line. So we have a line here I created, and I would have masked it, and then I would have had it fade in. So we had the pencil layer, we had the color layer, all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, it isn't charcoal though, but there are like different layers on here. So like, say for example, you can see the mouse, I'm guessing. Can you see my mouse? Wait a minute. Can people see my mouse or can't they? I actually don't think you can see my mouse, but let's say the side of the face where it's shaded. All right. So the side of the face that is shaded here, I was using probably, I believe, like a monoprint texture that I gained from years ago. Fuck off, Flux. I don't give a shit. Right. So yeah, we've got like the monoprint texture here. I want to create a bit more like I want it to be a little more dense than some of the pictures you use later on, which are more penciled. But yeah, I want to keep the shadows of it a bit more noir, I guess. No, I don't think anyone could see my mouse. That's a shame. Oh well. God, it's actually getting really hot in here. Fuck. Alright. But yeah, I'm going to have to turn this down for a second. So yeah, we've got the first image here with Satoshi Kon. We bring in the text, which I drew myself there.
His style has made him a legend within the industry. But there's one problem
and then here.
looming over his
So this is where I first bring up the idea of the problem, which is in the titular title here. I watch a lot of Satoshi Kon visual essays, but none of it affected me as much as yours. I'm an animation student that just graduated, and I was kind of losing my enthusiasm for the industry, but you remind me. Honestly, yeah, I've been there. I mean, I was an illustration graduate who did animation, and leaving, like, kind of fucking, it kind of does fucking kill you a little bit inside when you realize, like, the real world is just, like confusing and you don't fucking understand anything. And generally, like, I don't think you're ever going to be prepared for, like, the general, like, almost, like, drop that is between like getting your grades and then going and realizing like what do I do now. Some of my friends did actually find stuff like instantly like that, but that's like a very few of them. I think most of them were just sort of like aimlessly wandering after that. Yeah, I mean, they do need to love the process. I think that's the appreciation of Kon, is that he really did enjoy making films. He wasn't like lost to it, and he didn't have to make films. Like obviously his background was in manga, or like manga, I guess. His background was in manga. He was also like a bit of an artist. He could have kept writing. He could have kept doing screenplays. He could have kept making manga. He could have like been a painter. There's a lot of different factors that he could have done. He could have worked in editorial in the like he could have moved around a lot. He didn't have to be making films, but it seemed like he just fell in love with the process of doing it and kept doing it because, like I've said in the video, like he didn't make a ton of money. Like, he's quite popular in the Western Hemisphere, and I think after his death, he's been sort of like heralded as like one of those legendary anime directors. Like, when I think of like the 4 or so legendary anime directors, you're probably going to hear of, like, you're going to hear about your Miyazakis, you're probably going to hear about your Kons, maybe your Otomos, perhaps your Oshis, these kind of people. I guess newer stuff you'd hear about Shinkai, perhaps you'd hear about Hosoda. Like, you'd hear about these very specific figures who are quite popular within the industry and have left like an impact in a broad sense. But like Kon would definitely be up there. Hello there, Igo. Ego maybe? I again haven't got a clue. But yeah, so this part we're bringing up the first problem. Now this is the shot from his final film, but never will may never be, which Dream Machine, right? Yeah. So Dream Machine is the problem, if you hadn't told. I mean, I don't think I was that clear on this, unfortunately, because the day I was recording the final part of the video, it came out that there was going to be a documentary on the Dream Machine. And I was very excited about this factor, so I actually threw it in there, and I was actually a little bit more optimistic towards the end, because my original version of this like script, I've been like positing in my head for months, was kind of me sort of debating about like, well, what really is the true path? Like, should we try and finish Kon's film, like, you know, like AI, like with Spielberg and current Kubrick? Should we? That doesn't seem to really work very well. There's like the idea of making a completely separate film. That's something that like Murayama has talked about, like making a completely separate film. Which I mean, I guess for the honoring of the dead, but I don't know if I'm necessarily interested in seeing another man's vision who isn't Kon. And then there's like, what about just archiving it? Just like archiving what was done and trying to finish that, and then doing like a documentary to like explain what was done there. And this is what I'm hoping they're doing with the new documentary, but I really don't know that. Like, it's really hard to know like what people are gonna do with an idea. It's just I don't fucking know. I don't know what kind of documentary it's going to be in the end of the days. It could just be a very bog standard one about Kon's life and like who was working on the project, how it went. We may not even see any like footage because of like copyright issues, maybe. But I don't know. It is a French film as well, so it's not like say like it's being made by the company itself, like in Japan. What do we got here? Um, Yeah, I mean, I referenced someone said Nick Wood saying every frame of painting did an amazing job with the Satoshi Kon editing. It's true. He was very like very blunt about like the influences. That's why I referenced it in the video, because I think that every frame of painting like explained the basics of what like Kon was doing in the scenes better than I could explain it by trying to regurgitate something similar. So I basically attempted to paraphrase what he was saying, because like if you look at films like if you look at films like Slaughterhouse-Five, it's a very interesting film and how it cuts. Like, it is very much I've become unstuck on in time, and like Kon's films are very much like that. But then you may want to take a bit of that Terry Gilliam in there. You may want to take a bit of that David Lynch idea. Like, I think that Kon was quite fond of like David Lynch's mentality when it comes to film, but he also liked how Terry Gilliam did like his sort of fantasy stuff. There's a particular shot I'm going to use in this video, which I'll show you, which also references another shot, and I used it. I didn't necessarily bring attention to it, but I've used it in the video. But yeah, if we go from here,
Directorial credit. He did.
right? Oh, fucking hell! You fucking twat! What the fuck are you doing? Stay the fuck up! Jesus Christ! Oh, hello, Mr. Nice Guy. Sorry, you came in the worst time. How's it going, everyone? Right. He needs a great writer who understands his work. Yeah, that is the issue, is having someone who's as great, but then it is like measuring egos at that point, because the project they're going to have is going to be very different either way. Alright, so Justice League film that was finished by Joss Whedon. Yeah, like Joss Whedon's version. Oh, here's a story for everyone here. My uncle used to work at Warner Brothers. And what he told me at the time was, with Justice League, apparently there was a mandate going around Warner Bros. At that time where they were cutting all their film lengths down to about 2 hours. You couldn't make a film that was like any longer than 2 hours. So when they made Justice League, there was obviously a perspective. It was probably supposed to be like 2 hours 20, 2 hours and a half, even in Joss Whedon's version, I'm sure, probably like the same length as Avengers or something. But like Warner Brothers came out of nowhere and was like, nope, every film's got to be 2 hours now. We have to have a 2 hour mandate on all our films, which was probably a sneaky way of Warner Brothers being like, you're putting too much money into this Justice League film. Maybe we need to cut that right off there, right there. Just take whatever footage you've got and throw it out there. We don't give a shit anymore. Like, this is already losing us money. We don't care anymore. This movie's not going to make anything. We don't think the enthusiasm is there. Until, of course, they have to sell a streaming service to you. Then the enthusiasm is there. Anyway, it's nice to see you here. Nice. So, what was I saying? All right. Now, I didn't draw this text. This text, I think, is called, what is it called? Marker pen, I think. I think it's called marker pen. And there's an effect I've used on it to sort of give it a bit more particular. This actually cut right here was really awkward for me to do, because this is like, I think I don't even know if it's on the screen long enough. So he says, drawing must be good job for since I could do as much of it as possible on my own. Like, Con, as a younger boy or a younger man, he was very much this idea of like kind of just doing stuff on his own, doing art, just sort of getting on with it, like kind of a guy in the corner scribbling in his notepad. And as he went, obviously, he became very much not that. But like the issue I had here was like you've got this text moving, and I'm trying to transition into a very particular shot, and I'm hoping that the text on the screen is on long enough that you can kind of read the gist of what it's saying. And there's a little bit of a merge cut there, if you can see, because I'm doing it between two different worlds. One world is in Premiere and one world is in After Effects, if I recall. I think the After Effects one is the first cut, and then I'm moving into Premiere to like throw in this text on top because I didn't think it lasted long enough, and I couldn't be fucked to mess around with the After Effects files because it may just break the whole thing, because I'm putting them from After Effects, and I'm what would you call it? In Premiere you can do a thing where you can like have an After Effects comp in the timeline in real time. But like it's a bit dodgy on my version, so like you're playing with fire if you want to mess with it too much. So yeah, I throw in drawing must be a good job for this, and I'm trying to put it into this drawing here. This is a drawing I did, and let's see, that's pretty much the full drawing. What's my favorite Con movie? Okay, I don't really pine for Dream Machine to be finished. It seems like it was going to be more of a westernized animated video focused on younger audiences. Maybe, but like I believe that Con was still going to be making a Con film. It just happens that like the audience he was going for was more family related, which I mean technically Miyazaki's films are more family related. I don't think that limits necessarily your creativity. I just think he was trying something different. I would still be interested to see what he had made, not necessarily to see it finished. I would be interested in the third that they finished. See, I used to I used to do this. I used to render out AE into Premiere, like just export it. But like the files I'd get in the end on my version would all come out in MOV, and they'd all be bloody huge. And it was always just awkward to work with because I'm always the kind of guy who's meticulously moving stuff around and changing things. So like me exporting a file from After Effects, I'll end up being like, oh fuck, I need to do something else to the actual file, and then I'll have to go back in and edit it again. So having it as like an open After Effects file was somewhat useful for me, but it does mean there's stuff like this where I'm like, I can't be bothered. Now this picture here, yeah, I drew this. It's like what I did for this is kind of what I sometimes do. This is probably the most How did you do these drawings for the video? All right, I'll go through it now. So my background is more like collage, I guess you could say, like collage, mixed media, illustration. So what I did for a picture like this that you've got on the screen right now, where my hand is, right? So we've got like the picture of the young bug catcher, we have a picture of the Hercules beetle, and we have a Sapporo forest. What I did is I effectively collaged a picture. I went to like a Google Maps or whatever, or around, and I looked for pictures of like how the Sapporo forest looked. And I took several images. I started collaging like a design of the sort of forest I wanted to create. and I sort of comped it. So I found the kind of beetle I wanted. I found pictures of like what a child I would need in the frame somewhere, messed it around a bit. So I had this sort of like rough composition designed through a collage, and then from there I decided to bring that out into the real world. So I would print out. I brought it into my light box. I've got a little light box A4, and I take like the design of like, all right, this is the composition I wanted for my trees and my stuff like that, and I started painting it in with probably watercolor. So I just started creating like a watercolor comp where I had like, this is the trees I want, this is the bushes over here, this is the here, this is where the rock's going to be, and I painted that out. Yeah, I did post it on Twitter. That's when I finished the drawing originally. And that drawing actually took way too bloody long, which is why I use it twice in this video, because I realized, fucking hell, I took too long making this one drawing. I've got a whole video to make. But I enjoyed making this drawing here. I think it's actually a pretty good drawing. But like, there's a lot of effects going on here. So after I had drawn the watercolor background, I thought I went a bit over the board with it. So I brought it into Photoshop. I added the overlay textures, and I started adding like a mask and a texture overlay effect to sort of like make it feel a bit more like it's washed out and like that you can't necessarily see it all, like it's a memory. And then we brought in the beetle and stuff like this, and then I started adding in like texture overlays. So I have probably maybe a watercolor, it might be a monoprint. I have some overlays working on certain parts of this picture, especially with the beetle over here. The beetle, I believe, has a monoprint overlay on it. I think there's actually some of the original photo that's been overlaid back into it, just like some of the textures from it. I believe there's like a rock texture. There's like a print tone texture in there. Same with the kid. The kid came originally from like I've probably found an image of like a kid doing something similar, and then I drew a picture of it, sort of gave my own version of it, and then from there I brought it back. I would have brought it back. How to say? I drew a picture of the kid like it's an outline. Say for example, usually I draw a lot of stuff on paper like this with an 8B pencil, so it's quite a dark pencil. And I also sometimes use, what would you call it, a Chinograph pencil. A Chinograph pencil is a very black pencil. So we'll get like an image like this. I'll usually get it on the light board, or the light box even, and I'll draw something out. So I drew out an original picture of the boy, and then from there I might have done I may have done a watercolor wash on him, or I may have done an overlay wash, but I effectively had the boy. I kind of drew him out. I did a couple of adjustments to him to make him as I needed him, and I started adding overlays of like texture. I may have brought some of the original photo back in there, but just as a texture overlay, just to sort of get a feel for the texture, like the shading of the texture, the tone. And then I added little parts, and I think I may have digitally like shaded him and added in lots of darker overlays, and then on top of that I would have added a texture overlay of maybe like I think it's a monoprint by the look of it. So I made sure the shadows brought back into it, and it had some of the original aspects from all over. I remember drawing, yeah, so that was on Twitter. Okay, how did you, yeah, it was bloody huge. What do you use to draw, like dedicated drawing pad or something like that? I use an 8B pencil, and I also have an Intuo Wacom, which I use occasionally when I'm on the computer. Like I do a lot of my animation, like rotoing, with the Wacom Intuo. Like it's not fancy. And I'm very basic. I don't use a lot of technical programs. I want to move to Blender, but I need some time to actually learn Blender. I actually tried to learn a bit of Blender for this video, but I realized it was taking too long, and I just didn't have the time to like dedicate like a couple days to like really figuring out how to use like an like the oil, what do you call it, the grease pen or whatever, all those different techniques. I couldn't do it. So most of my animation happens in Photoshop. I feel like Otomo should work in the movie. He had a relationship with Kon in the past. I don't think Otomo would want to do it though. That's the issue. I don't think Otomo wants to finish. Like, I mean, he's kind of his disciple. Like, Kon was sort of a disciple of Otomo, but I think he would probably feel like it's not his place to finish that man's film. Like, he's got his own projects going on, and I think he would feel like it may be a little bit too presumptive of him to finish it. Though, it would be interesting, but it would definitely just not be his film anymore. It would be Otomo's film, and Otomo would do it very differently. I mean, if you've seen Metropolis, 2001's Madhouse's Metropolis, it would probably end up something like that, because he wrote that. Sumi E is based on the Chinese technique. Did I say Sumi E? That's not what I was going for. Did I mention that? Sumi E? There's not necessarily the style I was going for. I was just kind of going for something a bit more. I mean, I don't know if any of you have actually seen the work I used to do, but it's generally kind of like mixed media, maybe a little bit misty, opaque, collaged, kind of mysterious, dense. That's usually the kind of style I was going for. I kind of like the color palette of like an off-white. I very much enjoy that kind of color palette, so that's what I'm going for here. I also think it makes it feel nostalgic, which is what I'm going for because this is like an early man's life. Though this picture does not last on the screen for very long.
Cartoons like most
but you have a little overlay there, and then we go straight into like it's on the screen for a very small amount of time for the amount of time I put into making that image, which is my own fault. But I very much enjoyed making that image, and I wouldn't have done it any other way. That's just how I am. Do you mean the audio on me or on the video, John? How long did it take you to make the video? You collected. The thing is about the videos, I was collecting resources as early as my Paprika video. So when that Paprika video came out, what was it? Maybe 3 months ago. Whenever it came out, 3 weeks beforehand, I had started collecting stuff, and that's the time I decided like, no, I will make this video. On me. Oh, okay. On me. I can just turn the gain up. How's that? Is that better? John, you need to answer me very quickly. Can you hear me now? Jesus Christ. All right, yeah, what was I saying beforehand? Yeah, so this is probably like 3 months of work, give or take, but it's sort of on and off. Need some water. Oh, shit. All right, let's see. Is it better? Yeah, so it's better. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I can just literally, I'm next to my amp, so I can turn it up anytime I want. I can just turn the gain up. It's fine. So if you need me to, if you want to turn it up, down, or if you need me to do anything, just tell me. Bread Sword. Someone asked me about Bread Sword. No, I have not seen his videos on Satoshi Kon, and I will not be watching them. Oh, fuck. Fucking hell. Alright. I believe Bread Sword's video on Perfect Blue is the second biggest video on Con on the website, and my video now might be the third, so my plan is to just overtake him. A little spirited competition. Yeah, you know Slugmorph. We know Bread Sword. Right. Same here, like this picture here, this one's all right, so this is a TV shot, right? Now it isn't necessarily there's a little history between this image as well. So in some of my earlier videos, there's a particular TV set I collaged in, and I did it mainly for like kind of copyright reasons, kind of for aesthetic reasons, mainly to do with like in some of my earlier videos I was dealing with footage that was how would I put this, the quality was not high. Like I was going off sources that were very low quality, so I was trying to like not only like protect myself from copyright reasons, but also sort of like give them more of a texture to this old footage that doesn't look great, but I don't want to be on the whole screen. So I brought that in as like a language. Now with this one though, I brought that original TV set and I sort of turned it back into black and white, and then I printed it out. Now my printer was running out of ink at the time, if you couldn't tell, because it's really streaky. So I had to do 2 prints of this and then put them together and then adjust it a bit. And I kind of liked how it came out because I wanted it to be like, what would you say? I wanted it to be harmonious with the actual design of the background I'd already created. And I don't use this TV much in the video, but it's mainly like when I'm using this design language, I like things to be consistent and I don't want them to sort of clash. So I think about how I can make something that would feel like it lives in the world of the video I'm creating. Oh fuck, I forgot that, oh shit. Fuck. Alright, this is gonna be a swear stream. So I forgot Super Eye Patch Wolf did a video on Perfect Blue, didn't he? That must have hundreds of billions of views. Oh, fighting for third place. I'm fighting for third place, guys. I'll check it up later. See how big it is. How do I decide what films directors to talk about? There's like a lot of factors that come into it, and Oh, Jesus Christ. It has 2 million views. Oh, my God. I thought it was bad enough that Pawson's. Sorry. Every Frame of Painting had like 2.5 million views, but 2 million views? Ooh. I'm never going to beat that. Well, I'll be fighting for third place then, people. I'll be fighting for third place. Anyway, how do I decide on a project? With this one in particular, I'd actually asked. There was a poll I did like 6 months ago. All right, I think it was 6 months ago. I had done a poll and I'd asked the question of like, if I was gonna like do a series on another like big anime director who wasn't Miyazaki, who would you like to see? Would it be Otomo, Mamoru Oshii, or Satoshi Kon? And I kind of expected Otomo to win, I think, because it was sort of like Akira, that kind of thing. I thought that would do the most because I thought that would probably be the more or less the most popular of them. Or maybe even Oshi, I don't know. Like Ghost in the Shell's pretty big sometimes. And then Kon won by, I think it was a fair margin. Like he won by a percentages, like a fair percentage. Like he had a bit up on the other two. And at the time I was like, oh, I don't know if I actually could do a video on Kon. Like what would I even do? Like his videos, as you can see, the way I made this video is very intentional for me because I think talking about the minutiae and the inner details of Kon's work, I find that very difficult because they are very much like experience films. They are usually quite dense. There's usually like a lot of like ways you can interpret them. There's a lot of different factors there, and I find that a little bit too navel gazing for myself. I don't really know what to say. I don't really know how I could add to the conversation people are already having about that. But when I read his memo, his final words, the translation of it, the whole thing, like the whole 1,400 words, 2,000, 3,000 words, whatever it is, I read that and I was like, holy moly, guys! I need to make this video. People need to hear this. People need to know like the life of this artist because I thought the most interesting part of Con's life was like the whole thing, like the idea of him being a manga artist, the way he got to where he was. Because most people will just talk about Perfect Blue, maybe they'll talk about Paprika, maybe they'll talk about one of his other films, but they won't mention the path to get there. And I think that to me, the path of Satoshi Kon, the direction he took in his life, the kind of person he was, the people he met, that was to me what made me feel engaged with the story. And that's what I wanted other people to see. Someone's asking me about 4C. I believe 4C is a great studio for what they do. I hear they treat their animators really badly, though. So that has kind of put a sour taste in my mouth about talking about them, but I might do. It's not the quantity, but the quality? Yeah, sure. The thing with Mamoru Oshii, and I do think I will talk about Oshii, he has so many films, I would never finish the project. It would be 5 hours long and I would die first. But what I was thinking about doing with Oshii is I may just talk about, like I'll do like a pick and choose where I'll just pick a project from Oshii, do a video on it, and then just continue to do that for like a while. That might be my idea. It's just like pick a project from Oshii, create a playlist, and just go through his pieces slowly. Just pick one from time to time, make a video on it. And then maybe at some point you have a giant playlist of all of Oshii's work. I mean, yeah, third place is still bronze. And Angel's Egg's a great movie. I'd find it really hard to talk about it because again, it has been talked about quite severely. A lot of conversations being on about it and about the theories about what it's about, the explained videos and all that sort of stuff. So I feel like I'd have to take a different direction about talking about it and going through stuff. Could happen, but I think it would be a difficult video to make. Ed says this is the most in-depth video on Kon that I found on YouTube. I appreciate the comment. It was intended to be like the most in-depth to talk about the stuff you usually don't hear about in the videos, including stuff like his sickness, his experience in manga, his experience in live action movies, his experience, his like not so great experiences with people like Mamoru Oshii. Just that part, I think that's all pretty cool. Someone named Spooky Rice says, "Oh my god, why does everyone have a video on Perfect Blue that has hundreds of thousands of views? Gee whiz." Well, I guess that puts me back to 4th place again, but maybe one day I'll beat that. I recently came across your videos and I was wondering if you consider yourself a graphic designer, artist, or a YouTuber first. Either, both, who knows? I mean, what is it to be a YouTuber? I make YouTube videos, so I guess I'm a YouTuber. but I was an illustrator first. Like I was like a designer by trade, I guess you could say, maybe. I'm kind of like mixed media, illustration, collage, animation. Not exactly the easiest thing to make a career out of, if I'm honest, independently, because the stuff I make has probably become more commercial over time, just because of like the way I design and what I'm talking about. But like the stuff I used to make was definitely not like corporate friendly, let's say. No, absolutely not. I mean, I talk about Pat Labor. Is it Pat Labor or is it Pat Labor? Yeah, I wanted to be history. I wanted to make this video very much a documentary, and it was a documentary in the sense that this isn't really about my opinion of con. Like this isn't like this is my favorite, and this one I don't like. I mean, my favorite, fuck knows. Probably like maybe Millennium Actress. I really like that one, but I need to watch it more. I was really feeling Tokyo Godfather upon rewatch. I really like that one. Of course, Perfect Blue, another great one. Generally, all of it I think is pretty good. I'm not as fond as like by like Paprika or maybe not Paranoid. I mean, I think Paranoid Agent is pretty interesting series. I think it lives and dies on the episodes you watch. Some episodes are not as good as others, and I think that 20-minute situation it's got going on maybe a little bit limiting. Oh fuck, I've got something in the oven. All right, guys, give me a second. I need to check my oven. What are people saying? I will be back in just a second. What about? I talked about memories. Talk about Jinro. Maybe talk about Jinro. I mean, he only wrote that though, so it's not like he directed it. I've never seen any of Ito's. Someone's asking about Junji Ito. Never seen any of his adaptations. I've only read them. Manga artists are basically storyboarders, so it makes sense that they'd be good directors. Yeah, I think that Kon was very much the language of manga was pretty much the way he also liked the language of films already, so it was kind of like a good merge. Need to check my food. Oh my god. Get over there. Alright, I'm back. Again. Holy fuck. Oh my god, I'm so not prepared today. Weird mic position. Yeah, I don't really know what to. Oh, maybe that is that better? Like that? Yeah, I don't know. I just put the mic down. Oh fuck. Fuck it. Okay, there you go. Is that better? Um. Oh yeah, yeah. I have a Sonic shirt on. Of course I do. I've got to go fast. I've got to go fast because I'm streaming and I don't know what I'm doing. I hope you make it. Sorry, I've missed a bunch of shit. My phone is probably not actually up to date. Let's see. Toonami is producing a Junji Ito 4-part series. I heard about this. It's Toonami. Is it Production IG? Someone else with it. They also have the only part that I'm really. This actually may even turn into a video. The part I'm really interested in is actually the composer. The I think he's American. Colin something. I've actually seen him live once, I believe. Unintentionally so. But yeah, this Colin fellow, he did some some albums I actually really like, and he's also worked on some films. He's a really good soundtrack guy. I really love his style of music, and that would be mainly the reason I would watch the 4-part show. I don't really care about what kind of adaptation it is. I'm into it for the music, baby. I'm in it for all the music, and it's in black and white. That's pretty cool too. I hope you can make it. It being a YouTube boy, you're one of the best channels on YouTube, regardless of the essays. It'll be heading. All right, heading out. I think they're heading out. All right, bye, Ed. I hope you have a good night. This made an anthology anime series on Ito. It's pretty awful, but look forward to the Toonami one. Ito is difficult to translate into. Yes, I've read all of Spiral, or sorry, Uzumaki, and yeah, I think you'd have a hard time turning that into animation. It's very much kind of like a weird sort of surreal anthology. But I think you could do something with it, but you just have to adapt it. Like you'd have to do a proper adaptation. Like it's not going to be a faithful one. You have to just sort of take aspects of it and make it into something new, which is why I'm interested in like the way they're attempting to do it. Um, do I like Takashi Kyoke? Kyoke. What did Takashi? What did Sorry, Takeshi. Takeshi? Yeah, Takeshi Koike. What did they do? The name sounds very familiar, but I can't for the life of me remember what they've done. I enjoyed the Satoshi Kon video, got me subscribed, so I'm glad to see an YouTuber who covers older anime, not just new stuff. Yeah, I'm not necessarily that interested in covering like the stuff that come out on a seasonal basis. It's just not really for me. I like sometimes watch stuff on seasonal, but I don't watch stuff as it comes out. It's just not really what I do. Sometimes I do, just not very frequently. It's just not really. I've never been like that. I might talk about stuff that comes out new if it was like a director I was really interested in, or if the project was like something that I thought would be worth talking about. I'm not against it. Say for example, if Oshi's new project comes out, and I'm like, oh, I need to talk about that. I probably would, or maybe I'd talk about something that he did before then and relate it to that. That could be cool. Yeah. But yeah, if there's a director I've talked about in the past and they're releasing something new, yeah, I'd probably talk about it if it just came out. I think saying mangaka storyboards are the same isn't. I think saying mangaka and storyboards are the same isn't true, and erasing a different skill. No, of course they're not exactly the same. Jesus Christ. I don't know if you're responding to a comment or something I said in return. I think that being a mangaka makes it easier to understand how to be a storyboarder. But yeah, they are two different skills. It's just that they are connected. And like I said with Kon was someone who was making mangas. He understood how to construct stories, but he also watched a lot of film. So he was already understanding and interested in the language of film. He worked with different filmmakers. He was thrown into the world of filmmaker. He wrote for films and series. Like he kind of got his fair share beforehand and started to understand basic things. I mean, obviously, being a storyboarder, it's kind of similar. I mean, I think that Kon said himself that he saw the similarity in it. It's just that you don't have to care about the composition of the page. It's more just about like the flow of time, and specifically his when he storyboarded something, he was very interested in like the flow of the page and how things moved in the movie, and like he'd have a lot of extra notes about stuff and how things moved and how they would like approach. Like they were very dense, and because of that, I think he had to be involved in some of the projects where he did storyboarding. So, for example, he did that one episode of JoJo where he was an assistant director, but mainly because he wrote and storyboarded it, and his storyboard was probably quite dense. So they needed him as an assistant to kind of like sort of deconstruct what he was kind of going for with the storyboard and all the different things he was throwing in there because they were quite detailed. Someone says much better. I think maybe they're saying about the mic. Oh, actually, I'm kind of all over the place. Look at this. Got a lot of space here that I'm not using. Maybe I need to zoom in a bit. Can I do that? Does that work? Does that zoom in or does that zoom out? Oh, hey Shapes, how you doing? Fuck, did I zoom in or zoom out, guys? Stating he was more inspired. Did I find a source stating that he was more inspired by the movie adaptation versus the original? Apparently, he'd never read the book, as far as I understood. He'd seen the film. He directly referenced that he'd seen the John Ford film, but that like the premise was inspired by the film, not like the whole film. Like it was just like the premise, I believe. How's it going, Shapes? No one wants to animate hundreds of thousands of lines. Yeah, no one does. Con seems to be a perfect example of why artists should consume media outside of the immediate field they draw from. I mean, I think most people do, don't they? I mean, most people do consume more from the outside. But yeah, Con had a variety of sources. He was a very eclectic man, but that doesn't mean that he would be a good director. He just happened to be a director with like a lot of different tastes that happened to be really good at directing. I mean, I think you can, but I mean, I am generally of the mind that you should like take from all over. I think it's good to have a wider palette. I think it makes you think a little bit more. Sometimes just taking one medium from one place into another can be like an interesting thing to do. How do you manage to write? Oh, all right. Here's a good question. How do you manage to write a 50-minute script? Well, you see, I didn't write a 50-minute script. I segmented it. I wrote different parts of this video at different times and then continued so. I don't tend to do this, but I did it in this example just because I wanted to keep moving on. And I find script writing really hard and kind of frustrating. It takes me a long time. So what I believe happened was I originally wrote the first 11 minutes as its own like thing, and I recorded it as such. So I believe that's what happened. I wrote the first 11 minutes, which was like the whole origin stuff. So I wrote through all the origin stuff, through his start in movies, and finally into memories. I wrote all that in one piece. I wrote out, I recorded it, and then I started editing it. And at some point, I started writing up Perfect Blue as its own separate little piece. And we kind of did the same thing. Though I learned that like you should probably record multiple parts at once. It's better that way. It's more efficient. So like I started later clumping them together. So I would write Perfect Blue. I'd write Millennium Actress, Tokyo Godfathers, and Paranoid Agent all together, and then record that all together. And then I'd write like Paprika, and then I wrote. It took a bit more time to write the final bit because there were like a lot of editing decisions. So we had written Paprika. It was done sort of on its connected. I think I might have done two. I forget how I do it exactly, but and then finally there was like the ending, which was written on its own, etc. So it's more like I just sort of cut down the position of writing a 50-minute video into writing smaller chunks of video, well, and then getting on to do different things like editing and stuff and mixing it up a bit just to keep myself giving myself a bit of variety. No, it's not Phil Collins. His first name is Colin. Colin True something. Trusa. Yeah, he did Hereditary. Hereditary? Yeah, there you go. Colin Stenson. Oh, okay, that's the name. Koike did Redline. Yeah, I'll probably actually talk about Redline next year. At the beginning of next year, I might talk about Redline, like in January or February. I think there's a lot to say. Well, I don't know. The Redline fans are probably not going to be happy with me, but I have a lot to say. Are you interested in older Japanese films? Like, yeah, I actually have a Kurosawa set in my room. I buy a lot when I can. I buy a lot of Kurosawa. The issue is like it's very hard to find Kurosawa films these days, even online. At least in England, I don't know. In America, I think you can watch them on services that I can't watch it on here. But yeah, I have a lot of Kurosawa films. Like I have a lot of his samurai films. I have Ran. I have Rashomon. I have Throne of Blood. Yojimbo. The sequel to Yojimbo, I think it's Sanjiro. Hidden Fortress. Kagemusha, I think it's called Kagemusha. Dreams. I have Dreams as well. Yeah, I have a fair few. I've watched a fair few. There's a lot of little differences between story. Oh, Jesus Christ, guys. Who fucking cares? Stop talking about storyboarding. I don't give a shit, okay? Redline you worked on. Artie, how much do you cry narrating the last 10 minutes? Okay. Someone's asking about the crying. Actually, this is quite... I wish I did. All right. When I first read Con's final statement, Yeah, I was pretty emotional about it. I was kind of emotional at the time. Yeah, it hit me hard. That's why I wanted to make this video, because I thought it was a very emotional stint, and I didn't think a lot of people had actually read his final statement in full. Yeah, that had affected me in a lot. Like, it affected me enough to want to make the video to begin with. But, and when I reread it, and I had to like, there was a process of editing. It's a very, very long piece of writing. Like I'm saying, like this would have probably taken about 20 minutes to read out in full if you read the whole thing perfectly. And I had to cut it down to about 7 minutes. So there was a lot of chopping from it, and there was a lot of tactical thinking about what parts I kept, what parts I didn't. So I became slowly detached to the writing a bit. And then I did a read through earlier in the day, where I just sort of went through it again to kind of like get my bearings of like you know, it's a pretty long thing to like read like all at once just as like a speech, and I wanted to do it quite well. I wanted to do it smoothly. And when I was reading it originally that early in the day, I did get quite choked up, but I didn't record that one. I probably should have recorded it. I think it would may have actually hit harder, even if I'd fucked up more. I think the response to it may have hit harder in the video. But when I actually got to like recording it in the booth, like just being it and doing it, I was so in the zone, like I was completely like disconnected to the words. I wasn't like actually reading the words. I was just sort of performing them. Are there new directors that are currently that could be special later? Yes. Books on she book on Ocean. Yeah, there's probably a ton of directors who are like very talented in the field that will like later be considered like auteurs. Though like I wouldn't be able to tell you. I can't like make predictions about who's going to be considered like the great anime directors of the future. They're probably already around. We just haven't noticed yet. Oh, so it didn't do a zoom. Jeez, how the fuck? All right. If I just go on here for a second, because yeah, I can see myself in real time. There we go. All right. Well, maybe I'll. Nope. All right, that's a little better. I'm in the frame better now. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to this video, guys, and I'll talk to the chat in a bit.
As a child, I loved animation, all of it, whether it was Japanese or whether it came from overseas. If it was a moving image,
A little Popeye
then it
there.
made me very happy.
I think he mentioned Popeye. Popeye was very big in Japan at the time. I don't remember if he referenced specifically Popeye, but when he was growing up, Popeye was pretty big. And then we get Space
He
Battleship
loved
Yamato.
Space Battleship Yamato so much he confessed to his classmates.
All right, so this shot here. All right, this shot actually came from one of Kon's early manga, though I edited it. So like it was a different character, but I redrew the face on the character. I made him a little bit thinner. He was a little bit more like masculine and big. I want him to look a bit younger. So I kind of like tried to turn him into like what I'd expect Kon to be looking like at that sort of age. Like this is a lot of this had to be like kind of guessed because there aren't that many pictures of like a young Kon like floating around. So I was kind of just figuring out as we went and just sort of playing with it a bit.
His goal of becoming an animator. They proceeded
But yeah,
to mock him.
the original script for a lot of this area actually came from the book The Illusionist by Andrew Osmond, who's a British writer. I actually talked to him from email. Very nice man. He was very nice to give me a PDF of the actual book because literally it's been out of print for so long. The libraries are all shut down. We're in a pandemic. Like there's just no way around it. I was not going to be able to find the book. I found a early preview of like the first chapter of the book, so I had read about the origins. Like a lot of this stuff about Kon's early history, not a lot of this documented around. Some of it I think may have came like later on. There were interviews where he talks about like growing up as a post-war kid, watching American films and such. But like most of this information came directly from like Osmond's book and like the references that he had, which were I think mainly Japanese references to like his early life and like how it was to grow up in Sapporo. But yeah, I'll move on. I'm going to skip through. So yeah, I drew that picture there. I was referencing a kind of like Shinji from Ava.
They were much high school.
This one I drew as well. Obviously, watercolor, drew, painting in his hair. Kind of went with like, took the original picture I had done of him from when he was older and sort of tried to sort of de-age him to like where I expected him to be at that age. Again, it's kind of like a guess, but I think it works for what it is. Yeah, and that was referencing Shinji, I believe, kind of, and also Paprika, like in the movement there. These shots of girls are from his short story collection, which is like some of the early shorts he wrote for Young Magazine.
Were much more complicated and mature than the boy.
That quote, I believe, is from Andrew Osmond's book.
Yet this didn't stop him from...
That image is a old picture of a 60s school archived. I think it's in the public domain. That was kind of me just sort of finding whatever image I could of like schools. I didn't want to draw anything. I didn't really...
Joining the art and manga clubs.
I think there.
He got entangled into the early Otome.
And then obviously I'm referencing Otaku in a video. Oh, AFI film. So they showed... Oh, first they showed Millennium Actress. That's good. I'm glad that more people are watching Millennium Actress. Oh yeah, shit. Okay, so I should stop looking at chat. Now I'm looking at chat again. All right, yeah. All right, fuck chat then. Chat's out. Sorry guys, I'm not looking for chat for a while yet. I'm just gonna go through the video.
Poku culture.
At bits and pieces.
My seniors got me into Gundam. Were you...
Yeah, and this one, obviously, yeah, I just drew like the Gundam stuff on top of the image, though I was probably referencing those Takunu video sort of cosplay, but like they were really big into Gundam.
Enthusiastically, saying, "This is so cool."
Yeah, apparently they just all watched Gundam. They all really liked it at the time, if I recall. That was kind of what he was saying, like all his upperclassmen. So this is probably like 79. He's at school, literally watching Gundam. Yeah, Gundam is cool, guys. The original Gundam is cool. That holds up.
Although the manga of his youth is...
Yeah, he brings up that he was really into shoujo. Like, this was something he said, like, and he said it was very normal at the time. I believe, like, so this is probably late 70s. He said that most people wouldn't bat an eyelid. Like, people were just reading shoujo. They were just really popular at the time. Oh, fuck. And,
where his true enthusiasm lied. Shoujo stories in particular, not a huge surprise when you consider his...
And yeah, like a lot of if you look at Con's stories, like they do kind of like the sort of tragedy and like emotional resonance of his characters, especially in like even Paranoia Agent. I think he kind of has a backbone in the sort of shoujo mentality because he very much thinks about the emotional state of his female protagonist first, which is something you tend to see you see here and there in shoujo.
Yeah. Yet one specific mangaka left the biggest impact.
So that shot there is from colorized Akira. In America, I think it would be the Marvel version of Epic Comics, I believe it is. They colorized Akira early on. Some of those early colored shots are pretty great.
On Con.
And yeah, Otomo, probably the biggest impact you're going to find on Otomo is going to be...
things Con never tired of, even if he did...
That's from Domu? I think it's Domu or Domo. Domo is like Otomo's like breakout hit in Japan, but I don't even know if it ever got translated in English. I'm going to kind of skip through here because I kind of mainly want to talk more about, instead of going through like everything, I want to talk mainly about just some of the editing decisions. So Tetsuya Chiba was the artist for Ashita no Joe. There he is on the screen, and yeah, so Kon hit second. And then we've got Young Magazine here. Some shots from Akira, because I believe I found this out later. Kon was credited specially, like he had a special thanks credit on like the final issues of Akira. He apparently was quite involved in drawing the final frames for the series. He was definitely an assistant on it and editor, and he really got on with Otomo. As they said, they used to go out drinking, so they were obviously very involved. There is a shot of them, like from, I believe, one of the Akira mangas, where you can see a picture of them. I didn't know it existed until after I made this video, so it's kind of unfortunate. It's a great picture. Would have liked to put it in the video.
In fact, Otomo...
See, like right here would have been a great time to have an image of both of them together. So instead we've got that this shot on the left there would be Otomo at the age when he met Kon. One of the other ones is a later one of him working on a manga many years later. We also have his logo in the corner there.
Kon became acquainted after he won his award. Then, suddenly, they were colleagues. Kon assisted on the Akira manga while he was writing his own.
So this is his original manga, I believe. Oh God, what's it called? Like Tokiko, Tokiro or something like that. Togaru. Oh, I can't even remember. I should remember that. But yeah, as you can see, like it is very much Otomo inspired to the depth of it. There's also a reference there to Blade Runner, which is something that I think generally you can see in his career. Like I think he very much liked Blade Runner. Some of the imagery at some times, I think it's fair to say. Tropics of Sea is the name of the English version. Tropics of Cancer is the name of the Japanese version or translated version.
Tropics of Cancer.
So this is where we get into like manga editing, and I think manga editing is a nightmare. So this is why I didn't speak too much about these manga too much. But I mean, I gave it a shot.
Stories not to be set in Tokyo, but in a far off.
So a lot of this, I kind of kept it simple. I didn't want to overdo it, just because I wanted to sort of give the scenery, because it is very scenic. It's the only scenic manga he ever did.
Seaside town, starting with the very realistic and
sort of just
gradually
showing the frame, showing the frame, showing the frames. Feel the frames, what we get there.
Tropics is a mellow, pretty thing.
Again,
I don't know if it
showing
would
the
have been
frames.
remembered the same way without Con's name on it, but at the same time, without Con, this series wouldn't have been finished. 3 months to draw 2.
And this one, so this is specifically cut out. So I cut out one of the characters in the sea shots. Like, it's a very detailed manga for a weekly series. So we got here, we got like 2 factors here. I don't know if did I do an effect on him? I think it's just standard. So that was just like cutting out, using the background for the fish. Cutting out, that was a pretty simple shot. Like, just I think the issue with this one is mainly just trying to get the feel of like the buoyancy
they had was swallowed by the 3rd issue,
which is,
I didn't have
here and
time
there.
to leave my apartment.
Like
Bumming
here,
him out on his own with
all right, let's go through this.
3 days.
So I redrew these images because I couldn't find any behind the scenes, but this is effectively the process, right? So he drew some basic drawings here, and then you'd have an ink version. I tried to detone it, I don't know if it worked greatly, but like this is kind of like the process. You'd ink it in,
and another 2 to ink,
and then you have
Young
your final
Magazine is
version.
published weekly, rinse
and
and
then
repeat. Con did
They'd all do that by hand, which is literally, if you ever try to do that sort of stuff, complete nightmare.
an overwhelming amount on his own with minimal assistance. As he said, I'd ruin it by my
Yeah, ruin it by my own hand. Again, that's back to
own hand.
Okay, here we go. Here, get back to the animation, right? So I drew these pictures here, and we've got. You probably wouldn't have been drinking this, to be fair. This is like a more Americanized version, but I think it gets the iconography down better. So we got some overlays there. I believe there's a wood overlay. There might be like it's probably a texture overlay here. I feel like I did a paintbrush effect on it or something, because I could see there's a very strange sort of overlay there. I drew the image of the thing. I did an effect on the what do you call it? Like stuff like this. It was I believe I added a second layer to the drink, so where the ice cube is, and I added a sort of turbulent display. What do you call it? I think there's an add-on for After Effects, which is basically called like scribble animation. I think I messed around with that to sort of give it that feeling, and then added a animation. I did like a small time animation in Photoshop of like ripples, and I was kind of referencing more like Jurassic Park. I think as like a loose basis of like the sort of like the scene with the T-Rex.
It was the nightcap.
I tried to like give it the idea that it's sort of just a little bit uneven, a little bit shaky. And then I used different. I don't even know if these fonts necessarily work together, but it was more like a mishmash of trying to get the point
This
of what I was getting.
Is reality for many mangaka. Con was still green and not.
And then that's another drawing there. I kind of had to try and progress Con through his life. Like we have like Con as we know him later on. We have a younger Con, and this is sort of like manga Con, I guess you'd call it.
All things considered, it could have been a lot worse. The version we read today is a revised version.
Finding that image wasn't easy either, finding that specific image there.
Cleaned it up, adding where he could. The aftermath wouldn't...
Alright, now let's actually talk about proper animation. Well, I say that. Let's talk about my awful animation. I'll go right to the bottom here. Daniel. I'll make an exception for Daniel. Alright, so Daniel said, brilliant work, sir. I've been showing it to everyone. To the few know his work and your documentary is best. Alright. Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, I'm glad that people... I mean, if you can introduce people to Satoshi Kon's work, that's pretty good too. I mean, I kind of made it in such a way. I think the stream, after I've done the stream, it's probably going to go into the ether, probably into the Patreon archive. I'm not going to keep it up. I think that's bad business. Domu. Okay, so it was Domu. Alright, but yeah, thank you, Daniel Strait. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say it, guys. I am kind of an animator, but like mainly background in rotoing, and I do a bit of animation here. I wouldn't say I'm like great as an animator, but I think I know where my strengths lie, and I usually use enough reference to know where I'm going with it. Right, but I think this sort of stuff brings a personality to it, because I don't know how else you could do a scene like this which will really like personalizes the sort of struggle of like what it is. Because personally, I didn't find Tropics of the Cancer to be like a great read. I bought it, I have it, I own it for the video mainly, and I thought it was fine. Like I came out being like, yeah, it was drawn nice. I think it was okay. It was like 200 pages. Like I don't regret reading it or anything like that. It was just fine, but like the idea that it was such a nightmare to make and that you don't really understand like just the amount of pressure that you can see, and especially like obviously Con at the time, he'd done shorts, but he was just not prepared to be doing a weekly show. So here we've got several different shots, and I'm going to break these apart because I want to tell you all why what doesn't work about them or what's a bit weird about them, to me at least. But you know, so we've got the shots here. This is a train, I believe. This is what I was kind of going for, kind of like an overlay of a train, sort of like a subtle version of it. It was a bit awkward to try and get the positioning right of how tall someone should be on a train, because I think Con's a pretty tall guy, so I tried to get that down. Unfortunately, it looks like I drew the things you hold on to, but I think in the end I decided him not to be holding one, so I guess he's just holding a bar or something. I don't know, but yeah, I'm using myself as reference, which probably shows through a little bit maybe. But like, you know, I was using myself as a reference for the shots I wanted to do, and I tried to make them as Con-like as I could do. I mean, we're both kind of square-jawed guys, so I hope it doesn't show too much. He's also opening because it was a very hot day. My shirt is like down here. Con's shirt probably wouldn't have been that unbuttoned in a Japanese train, I'm sure. I don't know if that's would have been acceptable in the 90s, or yeah, it would have been like early 90s, I guess. But yeah, I was just sweating, so you know, what are you going to do? But yeah, unfortunately, this shows my unprofessionalness, because I shot this on the same camera that you're looking at now, but I did it like it's a very odd angle to get for me, so it was a very awkward shot to do, and I cut it into two, and you can kind of tell where the shot cuts. So we got this, which is here. There's some overlays there, with me there, and then this shot here. It's a little bit strange. I don't know. It's a little bit like that. I think I could have probably got a better in pain thing. Maybe I could have changed the interpolation a bit. It feels a little bit like strained, but I don't know. I guess it gives an effect of like what I want.
Barely stay secret.
And right there. All right. So right here, there was a cut and change because I had to change perspectives because I wanted to do a very particular kind of transition shot here, which I unfortunately couldn't do from the angle I took my first video footage from. It's my fault. I should have all done it from one footage, but I had to do it somewhere where I needed people to help me. And, you know, asking for people to help you to shoot weird stuff that like they don't get is awkward, so I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do it all by my own if I could, but it was just kind of too awkward to set up myself. But yeah, there's a difference in shot here where like the angle of the camera got lower, so like the position of the trousers is different. There's a slight difference in like framing, and I don't think I like aligned them perfectly, but I guess most people probably didn't notice until I told you. I am not animating this in After Effects. I think I animated this in Photoshop. It is not high tech. I tried to do it in Blender, but I'm just not up to date with Blender enough to like be able to do it properly. So I just did it in Photoshop. I had my original footage there, and I imported my original video footage into Photoshop and just sort of worked with it and sort of did some like rotoing over the top, like loose rotoing, setting down colors and all that, and doing all that stuff. Oh shit. Oh. All right. So from here, yeah, I had to go down into a sleeping position there, and then we had the blanket go on top of it. I had to get someone to help to throw a blanket on me, and I think the shots are a little... I animated the blanket separately. I probably should have animated it together, maybe, just because it feels like a separate item a little bit. But, you know, what can you do? There's nothing I can do about it now.
I took my temperature. The mercury rose past the 104 mark. I laid in bed groaning for half a month. After that, I was hospitalized.
So yeah, I think I preferred this shot here. The background of the other one. Yeah, a lot of that's watercolor, I believe. Like there's different watercut shots that I had created. I also created a color. Originally, I didn't think it was going to be in color, but I wanted to create a color to sort of represent the feeling I was going for at the time. I don't know if it worked 100%, but like I appreciate what I was going for with this. I think it was more ambitious than I could actually handle. But yeah, there's a lot of factors there, like how I wanted to transition from the train to the bed to to the hospital. Like I was kind of going with a something that I expect Con to do himself a little bit.
For half a month.
I do like this bed shot though. I think I reuse it later, but like slightly different. I think there's something about the high contrast of it. I like that contrast with the previous one. I like this little image here. I was trying to do like a, what would you call it? Sort of like a heart monitor idea, but like with the background there, so you can kind of see like the remote of like how you'd see that.
Yellow, jaundice.
Yeah, jaundice is horrible, guys. It's I think my grandfather's had jaundice a couple times. It's not exactly a great disease to have. Well, a great thing to be going through. All right. Okay. Jesus Christ, I'm already losing it.
All the workload and excessive drinking had left Con in hospital for another month.
And no more weekly manga. So that was the last time Con ever did weekly manga. But yeah, I mean, where are we even at this? All right. God, I'm losing my mind a bit. All right. So yeah, so that was mainly the manga section of the video. So from here, we're kind of getting into like what would be. No, actually, there's a bit more, isn't there? There's a bit more after this.
And during an excessive
okay, here we go. So these are all shots from Opus, if I can remember right. So it's a case of like animating them, adjusting them, doing different effects. Like that one's a little bit funny, it's a little funky, but I kind of like it, like the sort of wobbling hand, like he's sort of just scratching himself.
The idea for their next.
This is, imagine how this is sort of went, like, you know, after you've spent all day drawing a manga, you go out and you'd, you know, you drink and you talk about different ideas, and this is where World Apartment Horror came in, which is, you know, is a kind of, it used to be on YouTube. I think it got taken down, but like I don't think it's ever been released officially. It's pretty meandering, to be honest. As a movie, I think the manga is a lot better. Like you go through here, you know, yeah. So Keiko Nobumoto, she did the most famous probably for Cowboy Bebop. But this is way before then, and they worked together again on Tokyo Godfathers much later. So this shot, I think I had to like PG this shot a little bit because it was a bit more lewd in the original version. But yeah, I feel this is like the most impressive shot from the manga itself. Like they couldn't do this in the movie obviously because of budget limitations, but I think this is a kind of idea to go with like the elongated story of like what had made the original apartment building be haunted in the first place. And I'm creating the After Effect complex there just to get the thing going there. I mean, I like that shot. It's pretty bombastic, and I say that much. And this is when I started creating chapters.
Thanks to Mr. Otomo's help,
Where did I even get that texture from? I don't even know, but I made sure to. I try to keep them consistent. I don't tend to use chapters, but I thought in a video like this, it makes more sense to have them. And then we're going into the editing here. So yeah, this was actually hard to find out. So yeah, because I'd wondered, because a lot of people say he directed the movie, but it was more that he was the assistant director and he helped someone else out, and he was doing the storyboard, and I think he'd also done the screenwriting. I don't know if I actually wrote that down. He had a lot of jobs on that project, even though it was just one specific episode. And there's again this sort of more montaging. This shot in particular, I think, is really emblematic of like the style he does. Layouts, there's a lot of like layouts, which is, you know, backgrounds, drawing, a lot of that stuff. A lot of doing whatever you can, effectively. And I think I've left that one to be grayed out, which I've never seen that one, I don't believe, but it was on the list.
However,
pause. Right. So okay, here we go. So more pictures here. So I think I drew that Mamoru first for later on in the script, but then it became useful here to have both of them together in the same room when we're talking about their manga together. And then we've added a bit of an overlay there. You've got the drawings. It's probably a little bit too wobbly, to be honest.
Made in heaven, but collabs tend to sour over time. At first glance, STEVEM reads as if a checklist for...
Okay, loving it. I want to build... Yeah, if I could get Blender going, that would be great, but I'm just not that good at it.
He stands by it being a
Kon
collaborative
and Otomo's
experience
in the
from
manga
right
together.
at the
Explosive.
beginning.
They're explosive
As
combination.
Kon
At least for me, I didn't find Seraphim like to be a particularly engaging read. But again, it's not really relevant to the plot of the story here. I think it was very well drawn. I think there were some interesting ideas coming up, but I don't think it all came together. I think that I can feel there's sort of like a clash between them in some ways. But there's definitely something there that could have been there, though when it's not...
Gets credit for what?
When Otomo isn't like... Not Otomo. When Oshi isn't like in a sort of like his visual language of the movie, I think it doesn't necessarily impact as strongly as his other work does.
It left a bitter aftertaste. Going forward, I began to pay attention to the compatibility of my work partners. Everything's an experience.
Everything is an experience,
went
eh?
on to permanent hiatus.
Yeah, if I understand right, I don't think I wrote this in the script here, but Oshi wrote a book. I think he did finish the story in some way in a book form. I don't know if it actually got translated into English, but he did make a book version of it in some form later on. I don't think Kon was involved in any capacity for it though. Though I do hear that Oshi's going to be in the documentary on Kon's life, so maybe he's going to be spitting hot facts about the drama between them, or maybe he's going to be very nice. Who knows? Oshi isn't always very nice, so we'll see.
It may never be known, but each creator did go on to better and bigger things. Like Kon's seminal manga, Opus.
Yeah.
His first big jump into metafiction. He dabbled in it before.
Yeah, so that's that original story he did. Big twist ending, but like Opus is very metafiction, which is you don't see again until maybe like Paprika.
Making such a hectic living off comic books.
Like there's a lot of I kept my manga editing kind of very basic in this video just because there's so much to do. There's a couple shots that are very specific.
Sci-fi author Yasutaka.
I thought I'd be bringing up Satsui here. Like this is a shot of his Japanese cover for Paprika, and yes, Satsui was a huge impact on Kon's work, but you don't necessarily hear much about him until he did the adaptation for Paprika. But I think there's a lot of Paprika ideas like in Opus.
Satsui, who changed. I learned some basic ideas.
Ah, here we go. I think this is the first rotoscope here. Yeah, I mean, I like the distortion. I think it gives it a little bit of character. Sometimes I think it's a bit strong, but it really depends. Here, this is just a rotoscope I did. If I recall, this is from Perfect Blue, this footage here. And so I love the basic ideas where it was created. I believe that's from just a different interview he had where he was talking about his manga career. It could have been from ANN, Anime News Network maybe, or maybe it was a different interview. They're all credited in the below. Like there are so many different interviews he did. Could be from Midnight Eye, any of these ones. But yeah, I believe that Opus is kind of like the beginning of his career in a lot of ways. Like the way he made it, the way the ideas flow, like a lot of the way it goes. Maybe not in the meta narrative. We don't see that till later, but like a lot of his ideas fundamentally start in Opus and then move into moving pictures afterwards.
When I became an animator.
And same with like this. I think I created this format with what video did I start doing this? It might have been the Mario designer, like the Yoichi Kotabe video, where I started going back into my like roto roots. I did a little bit of rotoing in like some earlier videos, but yeah.
Like how to
this one, especially with like the footage like this, where like I put down the sort of text in a sort of box here, and then I have the character talking about it, and sort of like interviewee kind of phase. You know, I was kind of inspired by. I think there's actually one Kurt Cobain documentary where the whole documentary is just quotes from him, like just like audio recording of him talking, and that they sort of just do animation over it or just show different visual fauna to like to his life. And this one, I think that was like an idea maybe that I got it from. There's also actually Down the Rabbit Hole, some of his later videos, a lot of it has just more been like just showing clips and just experiencing those. And I thought like a lot of early clips for me, a lot of early projects for me was always the struggle of like taking a quote and trying to turn it into something that to tell the audience. And I've kind of came to the conclusion I might as well just let the person in question just tell the story, because I can't tell it better than they can. This rotoscope was fascinating to watch every time you used it in the video, and it really almost feels like an animated interview. And yeah, I think that's kind of what I was going for. I think the clip is from Perfect Blue, and this part is one of the most interesting.
Was cancelled before
this stuff here,
by its own magazine.
I might just lower the volume a little bit. Oh no.
I'm working on a final chapter. It'll be in a...
So here, for instance, Rotoscope. For instance, Nerdwriter had one for his Shane Black video. What I don't think did Nerdwriter pay someone to do a rotoscope, because I don't think he's an artist himself in this way. What is the Satoshi Kon problem? Mainly is his final film and like the issue with being like an unfinished project that we may never see. That's the problem for me, at least. I mean, you could say that the problem is that he died of like, you know, terminally before his time. I mean, that's a pretty big problem. But I think the major problem is not being able to finish your work and then having that work be your last regret in life, and not being able to, how would you say, finish it, and then also having a situation where it's been 10 years, the project has never like moved forward. They've never done any more animation. They've been looking for producers. It probably will never be finished. And to me, as someone who's like big into archival stuff, the biggest worry to me is that all that work going to waste. I would really like to see it in some capacity, even if it's not a finished version. That to me is a huge problem, really. That's how I see it, and that's why I designed it in such a way. I mean, it's a pretty like what would you say? It's a pretty in-your-face title, and it worked. And I mean, it's worked in the past. But I stand by, like, to me, that is the biggest problem with Satoshi Kon, is the legacy of moving forward with Dream Machine and what we do about that. And I don't think you can really understand the weight of that unless you understand where he came from and what his career got to that point. Anyway, back to the video. So here these shots are from a later edition of Opus, where I believe after Satoshi had passed away, they re-released Opus, but they found in his drawers like a version. Wait a minute, I'm getting hungry.
Abrupt ending, but it's better than nothing. Well, there's about 350 pages finished. What? At least it could be a graphic novel. I'm serious. Seraphim? Ugh, my bastard child. Yeah, that's not finished either. With Opus, though, I have a tentative plan. Everything comes crashing together with the manga and the real world. We don't know what's real anymore than the child, and yeah, similar to Memories. I liked that.
So here. These shots were all from the like final couple of issues of Opus that never got to be released officially. Hence why they're not completely finished. Like, they weren't completely inked. They were still penciled. Because the last frames before this, like, Satoshi Kon isn't technically in the manga. He has like a what would you say? Kon has like a person who's like he wrote in a character that is effectively him, but not. So like in the final chapter here, you get this story where like he's on the phone with the producers of the company, and they're just saying they're going bankrupt, so he can't actually finish the last couple of issues. And apparently there's like 3 of them left, and it's hard to say if this is the confusion, I guess. Like, it's hard to say if this was like always the plan, or if this was just written because of that plan. Because it's instead of 1 issue, instead of 3, he has 1 issue, and he makes this in response. We'll probably never know. Maybe somebody knows, and I haven't read up, or I can't remember what it said. But this is kind of like a funny ending where like the manga was coming to a climax, and then obviously Kon gets the word in. Yeah, you can't finish it. So he writes this final chapter that never gets published, about like effectively it being canned, and him talking on the phone to someone being like, yeah, this is I was going to do this great stuff with Opus, we can still release it, it's going to be great. And then he gets to talking about Memories, and I thought that would be a really good transition, because the difficult thing for me at the point of making this video was like, what do I talk about first? Do I talk about Opus first, or do I talk about Memories first? And to me it made more sense to talk about all the manga together and then move straight into film, because he did start Opus before Memories, but like Opus went over the development of Memories as well. Like, they were happening at the same time. It was like a bi-monthly or monthly sort of release schedule. But I did draw this 1 frame. Like, there's 3 frames here. Yeah. There's 3 frames here, and one of them is Kon's, and the other 2 are mine. And you could probably tell one of them looks better than the other 2. It's probably his. All right. Someone's saying here in the chat about so Nerdwriter apparently did a rotoscope in a video. I imagine it's commissioned, because I don't think he's an animator himself. I mean, he does like motion graphics, but if he commissioned someone and he didn't credit them, that makes him on my shit list. Like that's horrible. Like he probably didn't pay them enough for the work they did, and and if there's no credit, that's kind of like, I mean, that's, when you're an artist in trade, like that's kind of how you make your business, that's how you do your thing. Like you need people to like credit your work so you can, I mean, I guess you can still put it in your portfolio, but if big figures like Nerdwriter who have millions of subscribers don't credit you, then I mean, what's even, it's going to hurt you in the long run. I like Opus's last chapter typography. The person who made that Dark Horse edition did a great job. I think the translator was Zach Davidson. I'm not sure about the lettering on it though. I mean, lettering is probably a different fella, different person. But I think the typeface they do is actually pretty good. It's pretty difficult to translate. Obviously, because Japanese is written like in a completely different way, it's actually quite hard to use the same speech bubbles and stuff. So I think actually lettering in translation is actually a much, like, it's not a position that is very underappreciated for how much they do. Someone's asking what drove me to create this work. It is basically his last memo, effectively. But it was by popular demand. People were saying, like, out of the people I was talking about, Satoshi Kon would be the one they'd be most interested in hearing about. And I did do the video on Paprika, which was a request. And I'm just glad to do it. It was an enjoyable time. I actually learned a lot about him during that time, and that's why I wanted to make this video. Because after doing the video on Paprika, I found a lot of resources and a lot of interviews which weren't relevant to Paprika, but they did tell a lot of like a wider story of his career. So after seeing all that and reading the final memo that he left, like the final response he left, to me it was like someone needs to tell the story. And I thought I'd tell it, and also it happened to be that the 10th anniversary of his passing was coming up, which in YouTube speak is like, this is the best time to release a video if you want people to see it. Unfortunately, that's how it works. I don't really like it, but it has to be this way. So to me, it was like, oh, there's a deadline too. So like there was like a function to it all to me. It was like a challenge, like, can I do it in time? But yeah, like we're moving straight into Opus now, and these clips here, did I need this clip? I guess so. Yeah, Otomo was talking about how they were getting wider in their audience because this is like post-Akira, and like Memories. I don't think Memories did that well, but like it is a film with like a budget behind it in terms of like staff, different studios, all of them really putting a lot of effort in.
Wrote a script for another director, Morimoto.
And this is him moving into like anime filmmaking on the behind side of writing, and Otomo seems to be the person who was pushing him. As we've seen here, like Otomo again was the person who recommended him for Perfect Blue, and I think this position as as a writer, and also there is some assumption. I've seen that like he also did some like storyboarding, but he wasn't credited for it, or that he worked with Morimoto to do the storyboarding, because there are certain shots in here. I will show one in a second. That's Morimoto. God, we've barely got through anything, haven't we? Shit, now. God, I'm so bad at this. All right. So yeah, they move things around a lot. There was a lot of talk about things. Oh, right here. So this shot here, I think, is the direct reference to work he did for God, what's his name? Terry Gilliam. I think Terry Gilliam shot in like Baron Munchausen, is it, or Baron, in the Baron film basically. This is effectively the same shot where you go from one world into a completely new world just by the spin of the camera. Reality versus like that. Fantasy. They're very similar shots, and I think that describes why I think that Kon was involved more than just screenwriting, because I think his screenwriting process was also to draw some stuff out.
It's framed through two different characters that watch Ava go.
Yeah, Puccini is an opera composer. There was a lot of opera in this project, and I think that a lot of the Baroque elements of this story were based on like how broad the operas are, and perhaps this story was even like more on, I believe, I can't remember which play it was, but I think there was one in particular they were referencing throughout.
For her own Puccini tale of, and really it is such
moving through, I don't think there's much to say about this. It was kind of just more like I do like this quote here. We had to escape, because I cut it with the footage. They had to escape the magnetic field that is known as Otomo, and unfortunately there's a little bit of a crop there on the field there. But there is I do think I think it's a good point here, because I think this is literally what Kon's career post this is in some ways.
Perhaps the furthest in style from Otomo.
Because people really love his magnetic fields short.
classic nature. Even though it was based on his own work, the creators were adamant of pushing their own path. But at that point, I wasn't sure how to place and blend reality and dreams, so my technique and workmanship was simple. Because I didn't direct it myself, I was a bit concerned about how it was turning out. On many
And here. All right, someone I mentioned this earlier. Someone Scott. It was in a book. Like The Illusionist is probably the only reference I found to him talking directly about his high school life. I think it's referencing like Japanese interviews he had earlier in his life. You can find it. It's all in the early pages of The Illusionist. The Satoshi Kon, The Illusionist by Andrew Osmond, which is mostly out of print, but maybe you could find it somewhere. What can I say? Kind of takes inspiration for Tarkovsky's Solaris. I have seen Tarkovsky's Solaris. I don't see it, if I'm honest. Like, maybe a little bit, in terms of, like, there is that relationship with the wife and it's in space and there's some sort of, like, surreal stuff going on. But, maybe... It seems like tangible details to me. It doesn't feel like to Tarkovsky's Solaris to me, personally. Though I really like that film. At least I like the 2/3 of it after he leaves into space. The first hour, 45 minutes is a bit much for me. It's a bit too slow. But yeah, I mean, you could see that maybe a little bit. I think he's more knowledgeable about American films, and I think, like when I bring up here that shot there, Kubrick. I think Kubrick's 2001 was somewhat of an influence, but obviously, if we want to get into it, like it was based on Otomo's manga. So, like, the story was already done. Like, so you'd have to ask Otomo where he got the ideas from. Although Kon expanded the story and added these elements in there with the backstory with different characters and all that stuff. Oh, yeah, it's called Magnetic Rose, isn't it? Magnetic Rose, is that the film? Yeah, I was calling it Magnetic Field, so it's my fault.
occasions I thought I would have done things differently.
Yeah, I actually quite like this roto. I think it was quite a smooth... Oh. The Addictive Dissolve here didn't work great, but... I do like that there's somewhat of a transition between these two factors. So yeah, we're going from like, he makes a reference to 2001 Space Odyssey. I mean, some of his films also make other references to Kubrick.
Because I didn't direct it myself, I was a bit concerned about how it was.
But yeah, I like the roto. I think it's kind of a smooth. It's a bit awkward to transition the frames because obviously you've got to find a nice loop.
With Perfect Blue.
And I like this little into it. Perfect Blue
as a live-action serial, but after the Kobe earthquake damaged the production house.
Yeah, the Kobe earthquake. I mean, I think I didn't know at the time, like, the Kobe earthquake was really bad. Like, really bad. The book is available in India here in... Oh, and on Amazon here in India. Is that The Illusionist? Yeah, not in... Well, in my territories, not so much, but maybe in other places. If you can get a copy of it, it's pretty decent. Yeah, so the Kobe earthquake was pretty bad, and it was then Otomo who referenced it.
Otomo had connections with...
Yeah, so we got this picture of Otomo here. Yeah, so he was the one that gave Kon the position, and if you hear in the behind-the-scenes things, he seems to be goading a lot of his friends who are, like, into writing or into, like, comic art to go into directing. I think he wanted, like, a lot of his, you know, associates to become directors, and that's why he pushed Morimoto, you know, head of 4C now, to become, like, more of a directing figure. And also seemed to have accidentally pushed Kon into the career that made him the person he is today, like in the eyes of most people who talk about his work. So, I mean, we got to all thank Otomo, really. I think Otomo did, like, Kon a pretty big favour in some ways, but obviously Kon's no slouch either. Like, he got to the position by being as good as he was. Like, they wouldn't have turned the movie into a movie if it wasn't for his talent.
Also, he read the script and recommended Kon, who accepted. Suddenly, the production...
Some of this is, I think, from an earlier video, but I moved in the film thing there. And this is from all the anime. This is from their, like, limited release. This is a UK release, and it comes with, like, all the storyboards, including the deleted scenes they had to get rid of when they moved from OVA to movie. I don't know if there's much I want to say here about this stuff. I'm probably going to move through to just the drawing stuff. Like, there's a clip here about them talking about getting more complicated.
The Chinese box.
So we got the Chinese box, yeah. So I drew this picture. I believe I drew that on, God, what the fuck is it called? Clip Studio. I started using Clip Studio. I liked some of the brushes on it. I don't use it too much, but I thought I'd bought the animation version, but I didn't because I'm a fool. I thought it's probably too cheap for me to figure this out, but yeah, I bought a nice copy of Clip Studio and I drew some images. The Chinese box thing is basically, you know, when you have a narrative within a narrative, effectively, that's what a Chinese box narrative story kind of goes with. Like a Russian doll, you know, you have different levels to it.
Of the play within a play was completed in a scripting phase with screenwriter
Sadayuki Murai also went on to work with Otomo later. Yeah, so Sadayuki Murai went to work with Otomo after this, like because they do two projects together. They do Millennium Actress and Perfect Blue, and I think they all knew each other because at some point a producer had to be asked to bring in a screenwriter, and that was him. So there's like a weird connection between all these people. But Sadayuki Murai, I think, worked on Steam Boy, and I think he also worked on the Mushishi film that Otomo did. He may have also had some hand in Skycrawlers. So, you know, he seems to still be working and doing good work. I think he did great work in both the films he did with Con.
3 keywords.
Okay, so I drew all these texts myself. I wanted to create... I sometimes do this where I will just write out the words in like a way that I think personalizes them myself. And I'm not exactly the best typography man, but I think it gives it a little bit of personality.
Idle.
Yeah, they do make it confusing in Clip Studio. I think I accidentally bought just the art version because it was really cheap. It was like on sale. I probably should have just like splashed out and got the animation version. It would have probably done me good in the long run.
Fan and horror. Outside that, it was complete creative control. The reaction? Well, if Alfred Hitchcock...
Okay, here we go. Fuck, what am I doing? So yeah, so I wrote these words out. Horror, I tried to keep a little bit rough around the edges. It's still a bit, you know, there's a little bit pieces there. Could have been a bit more, and also sort of warped it a bit just to give it that sort of feeling. And all right, so here we have what was I doing for the effects here? I think I was trying to create a specific kind of effect, like an olden effect. But this is Roger Corman, and I think I was going for, what would you call it, Hitchcock. Yeah, Hitchcock. I was going for Vertigo. If you've ever seen the Vertigo cover, like it's a very particular sort of style of 60s Soul Boss style stuff.
Well, if Alfred Hitchcock...
So I used the Alfred Hitchcock font there as well. And then we wrote the Walt Disney font in here. I mean, it's a very crass way of describing this. I think a lot of people like the quote, though, because it's very punchy. And I think that's what Corman was good at. He was very good at making, like, punchy positions for films that were not exactly in the best of standard, but...
They'd make a picture like this. Roger Corman.
Yeah, I like this picture. I mean, the Roger Corman picture I think was probably low quality, so I sort of added the effects on it, and it's a very stylish way.
Blue share a few concepts from the story.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't know if I probably specified this, but Con said he'd never really thought about the film in terms of Psycho, but Psycho is just so synonymous with, like, stalker films, just because, like, from a cultural perspective, while not the first, it is certainly one that sort of created a lot of the stereotypes that continue to be used into the 80s and so forth, so it's hard not to bring it up, I guess.
A misdirect.
And also Dario Argento. Like, a lot of people bring up Argento when it comes to Con, even though he apparently, I don't think I got to add it into this script, but he'd never actually seen any of Argento's films until after he made Perfect Blue, and the interviewers kept asking him about it. So I'll just let it play for a second so I can eat.
And for sure, Con took much of his influence from Hollywood. After university, he stopped reading manga, although his inspirations came from a distinct place.
That he offered me access to his harem. One day, the Sultan brought me a bottle of his favorite Tokay.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to answer something here. Who doesn't rely on Tarkovsky anyway? Did you know that Dorisu Asalala is the real Yoda? Not sure what that's referencing, but I'll take your word for it. And someone's asking me about subs. Your video piqued my interest. I've decided to include a British or a Brazilian or Portuguese to it. I'm guessing that's through closed captions. Is closed captions still a thing? I thought they're getting rid of it soon, aren't they? I mean, if you want to do that, I would very much appreciate it. Obviously, getting anything translated is very expensive, so it's not really in my price range. I mean, sometimes I barely break even on most of these videos. But yeah, if you want to do it, if you need any help, if like for whatever reason the captions aren't working, you can always email them to me and I'll just add them myself. Whatever it be, if the closed captions stop working, whatever it is. How long is the script making process? Dosu is the real character who is in a Kurosawa movie based on the real story. Oh, okay, sorry. So you're talking about the Russian, the Soviet Union funded Kurosawa film from 1976, right? I'm guessing that's what it is. It was it 1976 or was it 1975? God, what am I saying? Yeah, how long was the script making process for this video? I did it in pieces, so it's hard to say, but like the whole production is probably like somewhere between 3 months. From beginning to end in like bits and pieces. I was back on and off, on and off. Like I'd make a video, I'd make a couple quick videos, and then I'd come back to making this. And because a lot of it is quotes, it did sort of decrease the time writing, just because it was more a case of like picking the right quotes and funneling the course than it was actually writing stuff myself. And I try to keep a lot of like I don't think I give any like personal opinions besides maybe about the first manga he did. I think the rest of it is kind of me just telling you the experience of making it, the development of it, and they're giving a little analysis into like the core themes and all that. Like Terry Gilliam is like a really big thing for like Con. Anytime he's interviewed, he'll always bring up Terry Gilliam. And I only show a couple here, but he also brings up time bandits, but I just thought I'd show a couple clips for the most relevant. Brazil's pretty obvious. Baron is another one.
Self-identity. 2 fish swimming in a bowl. An actress and an idol. Despite the popular
I really this is actually a reverse shot. I liked how I used that because most people do bring up Perfect Blue in the position of it being about idols, but effectively she's only an idol for the first like 10 minutes, and then everything else is just more about the media industry in general. And like a lot of that stuff is more just like to set the backdropping for a setting to have a thriller in, like to have a thing. So it's, I mean, there are definitely issues with the idol industry. I might even make a video about it at one point, but I think it's not necessarily what Perfect Blue is going for 100%. Perfect Blue is darkest film. I feel that in the late 90s was deeply depressed time for Japan. The Onsen Sarum terrorist attacks. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people in Japan in the 90s felt like it was almost the end of the world. You had the earthquake, you had the terrorist attacks, you had the crash at the market, among other things. It was not great. I think Con never mentions that he was depressed or anything. I think he was doing an adaptation. He was doing an adaptation of someone's work. He didn't really like the original script he was given, and he was kind of given free rein to just do whatever he wants. And it was going to be an OVA, so it got to be a bit darker and a bit more lurid, because that's what sells OVAs in Japan for the rental market. And when it became a movie, and it was like, oh, okay, it's still this, but now a movie.
Con wasn't as familiar with it as his co-writer.
So I'm going to go through again. All right, this one slightly different. I mean, it's the same rowing again. I always found these quotes are always quite difficult to do, and they're long, and like it's all about getting the timing down with like the quote. I want the quote to kind of just spin roughly at the same time, and it makes you not look at the animation as much, so you don't notice that you're just watching the same animation again and again. But I think the animation is kind of fun to watch, at least. I mean, I like the animation here, even though it's rough around the edges, as you can see. Like each of the single frames here are not great on their own, but they work together to create an image.
20 years later seems universal in a way neither writer could have predicted.
Okay, the community constraint of the 28th, so we'll do best to finish in time. Again, subtube, if you can't finish in time, just email it to me and I'll add it myself, if you really want to. You're doing God's work, so yeah. Thank you very much. I'm glad more people could see the video. That's generally it. When I make a video like this, a lot of it to me is expressing to people like stuff that like, you know, maybe paywalled, maybe hard to find, maybe like not out in the consciousness. Because I don't think most people have the time to sit down and read every like Satoshi Kon interview you can find on the internet, and then read a couple of the books that you bought, like at the back of like, all right, a couple of those quotes. So say for example the stuff about him getting ill, that's all from the official the one I bought. I bought it on Google, maybe the Google store. I think I did. I bought So Tropics of Cancer. In the back of the Tropics of Cancer, there is an interview that you won't find anywhere else, where he talks about the experience of making it and how it was a nightmare and how he got ill and he got jaundice. and all this like a little bit else about like making manga at the time, sort of growing up in that period where he just sort of decided that all that information really valid, really important. You don't hear anyone talk about it because it's in the back of a kind of recently released new version of the manga that you can buy digitally or paperback. I still have a Tokyo Godfather storyboard. It's crazy how much it resembles the layout. Yeah, if you look at it, so like the storyboards are so dense in information and technical notes. Like they are like usually 1-to-1 if you put them next to each other. There is a video that you can watch about. You can see Perfect Blue's like storyboards next to the final one, and if you put them next to each other, it feels like it's very like pretty much 1-to-1. Outside of obviously the limits of both, but like obviously it probably feels that way when you see them next to each other because that's how it works. But Cons did have a lot of extra notes, like falling down the stairs in the one scene in Perfect Blue. He has like all the extra frames drawn sideways to the shot to show how it moves. Is Perfect Blue the only horror anime movie? I think there are more. I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head. I think people talk about Shiki and a couple others. Like, there's totally other stuff that has like horror elements. I mean, I don't even know if I'd say Perfect Blue is a horror thing. I think it's like psycho suspense. I think that's what Cons called it in the end. It's a very suspenseful film. That's why they maybe bring up. Oh,
for the first time.
Fun fact: I believe I was watching the Trash Taste podcast while editing. I may have been drawing, and this thing came up, and I was like, "Oh, this is perfect for my video," because I'm not a celebrity, guys. Like, if you couldn't tell, like, I mean, I have a little bit of a showing on YouTube, but that doesn't affect my normal life in any way. So when I say something like, "Oh, it's more present today to be talking about like media figures and how it's kind of creepy that people can stalk them on the internet and all that stuff," it doesn't necessarily resonate for me saying it. I don't have any personal experience with that. But these three guys, I mean, they're like the biggest AniTubers on the platform. They know the stuff. I think when they say it, it comes off a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit more genuine.
In today's climate, it's
like how it affects them.
Like an online personality watching a story about
Right.
how an online personality is
And that's
like.
what's scary about it, right? Is
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
the themes in that are just as prevalent today as it was back then.
yeah.
If not worse.
And I think
I feel like it's more relevant today.
yeah. So here, I think that it's kind of. I mean, yeah, a lot of people are cringy. That's just kind of life, man. That's how it be. You know, people are cringy. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay to be cringy sometimes. You know, everyone is. That's just living. But yeah, I think. God, what was the point I was gonna say? Yeah, if you read the original novel or if you look at the novel bit, the novel doesn't mention internet. Like I think they say this in the interviews. I may even be bringing it up now. Like the internet isn't in it, and I think the internet was just kind of like an element. Like you know how a lot of thrillers and slashes, they tend to have a novelty to like sell them, especially in Japan. If you've seen like there's the horror film in Japan which is about mobile phones, and if you get like a certain text, if I remember right, you're gonna get killed. If I recall, obviously it's kind of like Ring but with mobile phones kind of thing going on. If you get a certain call on your mobile phone, something comes and kills you, something along those lines. And yeah, generally like there will be like horror film with X novelty. And I think internet novelty here, that being like stalkers on the internet find you in real life when you're a celebrity, and they try and kill you. That's kind of the mentality here, because the internet is kind of tangentially related, but becomes more prominent through the lens of internet culture now. Like she's using like a 1984 Mac. So like that Mac's out of date by the time like she's using it. Like that Mac's like what 10 years old at least.
Mina's room, another screen in the room, which in itself is a screen. But the homepage is pivotal for the introduction.
Yeah, cringing is inevitable. Cringing is optional. Yeah, you don't have to watch people cringe. It's fine. And here, I think I originally used the Japanese, but I couldn't be fucked to sub it, so I decided just to throw in the dub, which is obviously of its time. They probably will redub it at some point because I don't know. I've seen the dub. The first way I saw Perfect Blue was the dub. It's okay. It's fine. I prefer the Japanese. And generally in this video I use only dub because again I don't have to sub it that way, and I think it's just more for everyone. I guess everyone can understand the scene and not have to worry about that stuff. I like this shot. Actually, to be fair, Perfect Blue's music is actually pretty underrated. is actually really unnerving and interesting. Like, it may not be coming from Hirasawa himself, but it is actually really good.
Became too much even for Con, making him stay away for long periods. Perfect Blue is the worst case scenario where everything spirals out of control, like a living nightmare. These are Con's harshest
I mean, if
images,
cringy levels
perhaps
are
coming
too
from
much for you, you probably shouldn't be watching the stream. Like, I've been embarrassed myself the whole time by being completely unprepared and running around and all that.
Susan Napier has discussed how the film tackles its sadomasochistic sequences. Unlike Hitchcock, it isn't quite.
Yeah,
male
I mean, I like
gaze,
using that
it's
shot there
pulled
for
back
male
at
gaze. I
times,
think that's a pretty fun
uncomfortably
one.
intimate
I think she
above
called it bisexual gaze in the actual book, but I didn't want to get down into that rabbit hole because that's a whole different rabbit hole to talk about. But yeah, I think there is something to be said about how like the film is very present on the idea of people looking at you because it's about a media figure. So like a lot of the scenes are about cameras looking at you, about how you're shot, about how you look, how you present to like an audience, how they perceive that. So it's all pretty interesting stuff.
breaking that immersion as Mima becomes the object.
Again, I'm
of
probably gonna have to
strong
move
take
through
use
because
of theme.
what we
He's
got
never
here.
shied away from that. If the
Oh
story
yeah, I had to do some very tactical editing here to cut out nipples. I don't know if you can notice, but there was a couple nipple shots in here I had to remove. I took a couple frames out just to avoid any like copyright shenanigans there.
then I wouldn't hesitate to use it. The strikingness of Perfect Blue played into its favour with a fair amount of international attention.
For the time, yeah, like obviously it was like a I believe it was a kind of like the Akira situation, but in a much smaller scale. Because for Otomo, when he first did Akira, he did, because it's a very Japanese perspective story, he didn't think it would like transfer to an international audience, so he didn't really understand why people were like, you should translate it. So it just like it happened and it was a big surprise. With Perfect Blue, it was made for like a Japanese audience and like rentals originally, and then it became a movie. But then like it got some circulation and like people were watching it on VHS, and it did okay for like what they were expecting. I don't think they expected any like people from outside Japan to be watching it and like commenting on it, and so I think it brought up a bit of attention. Obviously, like I said, Kon has never made like Akira or Miyazaki money. He's never made that kind of money, so it's more like more interesting than they thought. Like it was more acclaimed, more like interest than they expected.
Time, leading to critical acclaim and slews live action films.
Okay. Let's go about this shot here because this is a fun shot. Yeah, I mean, to be fair with Perfect Blue, like I think the director himself said he was a little embarrassed about this. No, the rape scenes are real. Oh, I mean, besides, okay, the final scene is attempted, and then the scene in the show is obviously like it's all constructed, it's all a film set, but it's still pretty unpleasant to watch. So I mean, but I do think that Kon is a man that feels very embarrassed about those kind of like explicit scenes in his shows, because he always says something later about him being like, oh, I probably shouldn't have done that, or like, oh, that's a bit much. Because there's a shot in Opus where he does the same thing, where like the killer is attacking the young girl and like ripping her clothes off, and she's like, and he's like, oh god, why did I put that shot into this? I regret putting that shot in this manga. Why did I do that? It was such an awful idea. Oh, Akira story. Yeah, the Akira storyboards. I'm sure they look beautiful as well. So, what is your interpretation of the ending? I personally think Mima is the killer all along. God, I didn't know there was supposed to be an interpretation. I thought the idea was that like her manager had kind of like, apparently she was like an ex-idol and she went insane, and Mima had like an identity crisis. And then I believe she woke up in her manager's apartment and she found the bloody clothes. But because she was like drugged and having an identity crisis, she thought she'd killed them. She maybe she did. I mean, obviously, her manager had killed somebody. Like she was attempting to kill her at the very least. It's kind of like red herring storytelling, right? Like, you know, you think the killer's going to be the stalker, and then it's actually her manager, the person you least expect, because she has some sort of condition, which is very, I guess that's where the psycho error comes from it. Like, it's kind of unfortunate because it's, you know, playing off mental illness and not particularly the most healthy way, but such as most of these serial killer things, intentional or not. But I mean, I think her like compassion towards her is worthwhile. It seems by the end of it, like Kon had came to the conclusion of like, whatever happened, you know, Mima had went through hell and back, and she became a more confident and assured person in herself because of it. And that's all that really mattered. No, not psychic. Thank you very much, not psychic. Oh, is there a theory that the manager isn't real? I mean, yeah, that could be true. Who knows? I think, like what Con said is, his films aren't exactly supposed to be like understood like a spreadsheet. Like it's more like the experience of watching them. Like after watching Perfect, like I remember the first time I watched Perfect Blue, I didn't really understand what happened, but like the second time, it seemed pretty clear to me. Like I understand like the basics of like, yep. So she's, she's kind of coming unfolded, and she's moving from place to place. And then, like, is she the killer, or was that a nightmare? Who knows? And then later on, it's like, oh, is the stalker the killer? Why is the stalker here? And eventually, it's like, oh, no, it's her. It's a friend here, Mima. She's got some condition. It's her manager, maybe. I mean, I guess there could be a theory that, like, Mima and the manager are one and the same, because, like, very much the idea of duality is key to the film, in terms of Mima and her, like, idol, and that she's seeing these premonitions of someone else, and that she may herself have these, like, mental conditions. That could be a thing, maybe, but, like the ending to me does feel a bit like Taxi Driver in that way, because in Taxi Driver, the ending is like, everything is fine, but then when you watch the credits, you're like, oh, everything is not fine. Like, the way he looks into the mirror, the way the music is used, it seems to be implying that, like, Travis Bickle is not a man that is stable, and he's willing to do it again. And this time he won't be a hero, because he won't be killing, like, drug dealers. He'll be killing the mayor. The end of the epilogue. Are we talking about Taxi Driver, or are we talking about Perfect Blue? Like, she gets in the car right at the end, right? She puts her sunglasses on, she looks into the mirror, and, like, she smiles. Yeah, the manager interacts with a lot of people in the film. She interacts with the producers, because she's the person who is, like, organizing stuff. She's the one that doesn't want her to be in the rape scene. She's the one who organizes the position there. She's always in the booth talking to other people. She's in all the scenes. She's the one that takes, like, personal offense when she sees the certain scene on the TV. She's very much interacting with a lot of people.
Do you want to make...
Yeah, so I made this shot here. It's a little bit this is a little bit rough around the edges, this shot here, with the closed eyes. I kind of like it in that way. It reminds me of Worthy Kids. Like, I think that's how I was channeling at the time. Worthy Kids is a great animation channel. It's just one guy making these little funny animations. They're very wholesome. There's like probably 3 frames there. Like, 3 frames is the key. If you get 3 frames going, you got a good loop. And I use different fonts here. So, like, this is it. Like, if you go through Con interviews, you'll find, like, pretty much every interview that Con has someone asking him about live action films. It just happened. And also there's a interview he has with Darren Aronofsky where he makes fun of the fact. And this is during Perfect Blue. He just made it, and he's like, everyone from the American press is asking me if I want to make live action films, and it's getting a little bit tiresome. I mean, any theory is plausible if you spend enough time on it. Yeah, I actually, that's the reason I wanted to get into Blender. It's because of Worthy Kid's video on it, and that he's using the grease pencil, and I thought that stuff is really, really cool, and I've always wanted to start using 3D in some way to, like, do stuff in my videos, if possible. I'd like to do it, not as, like, a major feature, but just, like, as a cool background thing that could work to advance imagery. Con probably did use some rotoscoping, maybe, here and there. It's hard to tell, but, you can use it pretty loosely, and, like, people won't notice. But yeah, he was just creating, like, a default shot that, like, is him just sort of reacting to people asking him the same question.
But also, have you considered making
like, the title thing is also a bit of a joke, because Perfect Blue, obviously he didn't write Perfect Blue. It's a novel that he didn't come up with the title. He just kept it because he thought it sounded good. Like, he doesn't know what it means. Like, some people are like, well, it means perfect illusion. It's because the whole film is about illusion. No, none of that. Like, none of that's, like, the intention. It was already a novel called Perfect Blue. And it's a good title. It's a really good title.
Live action films. I have no desire to make live action films.
But yeah, his response every time is always, I have no desire to make live action films, unless it is an animated film that moves into live action. That was one response he got later on from someone where he was like, would you like to use live action footage in your animated films? And he was like, yeah, I actually think that would be quite interesting. He just never got around to doing it. Anime Everyday has an interesting take on Perfect Blue regarding the red-blue colors symbolizing dichotomy. I mean, the red in the film is always used in the violent scenes. I don't know if I brought that up in the video, but it's pretty obvious. Like, the red scenes tend to be the most violent and vivid, or like the most like disturbing. And yeah, I think that's a fair thing because he does something similar, like saying that blue is real life and then red. I mean, that could definitely be a thing. I'd have to re-watch it, but it's something like that. Like the more extenuated scenes are in red. He does something very similar in Paprika that I bring up in my Paprika video, where like there's a very specific color palette to the dream sequences that the real world doesn't have. The real world has a very like mellow palette, and then the dream sequences are much more vibrant and they use warm colors and they have strong greens. Yeah, I'd love to get into using the grease pencil. Ever since I saw like the trailer for it years ago when it first came out, I was like, I need to get on this shit. I don't think it was going to be Roger Rabbit. It was more going to be like I would say like Mind Games. Like say for example like Mind Games from like Yuasa. I think he was kind of going for that, where like there was an animated film and then at some point like people just became real life, or like the ending of SSS Gridman or something. I think he wanted to slowly transition into one world, opposed to having like cartoons and real life in the same like world all the way through, just like as a transitional mark. Like because his films are always about dreams and reality, I think the idea would be at the end, the real reality is real life. That kind of twist would be how I imagine he'd use it. But you know, you never know. He may have done a Roger Rabbit thing. Like he was looking to do kids films, and Roger Rabbit's fucking based.
Films. Your colleagues.
This is why I originally drew Mamoru Oshii here. So that's a pencil drawing. I did a rough that I printed out, where I did like a rough outline of him digitally. I printed it out and I redrew it with my lightbox. It's a little bit here and there, around, yeah. And then for here, this is in Clip Studio. I drew that in Clip Studio. I just liked how it looked, so I never redrew it, and I thought it looked cool. I don't know if it's completely true to Arno, but you get the gist. That's like Arno in 95-ish, 90s.
Arno.
And I drew up the font as well, so I drew that myself to be in the image.
Made live action films. I have.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna let the video play a little bit. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna go to the toilet and then I'm gonna get some more water. So I need a moment. So you just watch the video and I'll be back.
No desire to make live action films. Khan's attitude did go against the anime mainstream. He considered much of that landscape to be extremely samey, though he admits to be more of a film buff and not as familiar with the modern anime landscape of the time. The life of a director is a busy one after all. Because of the grounded setting of Perfect Blue, some asked if it would work better as live action. Short answer, no. But Katsuhiro Otomo's response elaborates a little. How would it have been different if it were filmed live? It wouldn't have been so interesting. I don't know if it would have looked exactly the same if Khan were to have filmed the script live. I think it works best as animation. The abstraction of reality is a lot easier to warp when you have control of every frame from the swipe of your brush. Yet it isn't impossible to recreate it on film.
STEVEM4 ドリームに、使われているんですけど、本人に会って確認したらオマージュだってオマージュですよ、私に、この私に。
Aronofsky's movies have several homages to Khan. However, it is a myth he ever bought the film rights of Perfect Blue. They first met after the release of Requiem of a Dream, and while Aronofsky was interested in the film rights to make his own live-action version...
There are people like the Arno drawing. I like that one myself. Actually, Botsu dog is Mamoru Oshii's dog. Were we talking about dogs? Oh, someone else just mentioned something about a dog. Oh. I'm sorry, Billy. I'm sorry, Billy. Oh, yeah, people like the Sonic shirt. Yeah, my Sonic shirt represent. Sonic is cool. I like myself some Sonic. Yeah, Aronofsky is a big weeb, guys. I don't know if you know this, but like he's a huge fucking anime nerd. And like there are definitely references in his work, but though I do believe that I've seen Black Swan. I don't think it's that close to Perfect Blue, there's like features that are similar, but they are like kind of two different films. Like there's no like murderer in like Black Swan, and Black Swan is really close to like Persona, like not the actual game, like the movie Persona from like the 60s, among some other stuff. Oh, okay, someone's talking. Anyway, nice to see you, Billy. I saw you were in the chat, and I decided to go and get some water because you make me thirsty, you know. Because you're hot. Oh Jesus Christ, my voice is gonna. I'm not gonna have a voice tomorrow, guys. You know that. All right. Apology not. Oh fuck you, Billy. All right. Who doesn't love humans? The more he spends on the island of the dogs. I love dogs. All right. So I'm gonna let us play for a second so I can get some water in me.
Maruyama, the producer, said they never came to an agreement. Masao Moriyama followed Con.
Yeah, that shot there, that's another roto. I had a thumbs up to go with it. I think it's from an earlier video, but I thought, we're talking about Mamoru, not Mamoru, sorry, Masao Maruyama, who I have like so much respect for. Like he's like the most prolific and like producer in the industry, and he's done so much great work.
The small budgets and frame counts, they left an impact.
Yeah, 30,000 frames is not a lot for 90 minutes. I mean, you can divide it, it's like a couple hundred frames per minute. And that can be quite difficult if you got to fill that all in. I mean, if you actually have to count your frames, it's a complete. I mean, I don't count frames, but like if you have to do that stuff, that'd be an absolute nightmare because it really does limit how much you can, I guess, do per shot. You got a specific amount you got to do, and you got to keep that in mind, and you got to do that. And Con said like later on, like he was always going over budget, so I don't think he was necessarily the best counter in that way. Alright, so let's keep. I'll let this play for a second.
Works, and when I watch it again, I feel inspired to keep improving my current work, as if my life depends on the outcome.
I mean, yeah, he was dedicated. I'll give him that. Oh God, we're only into Man in Room Extras now. Fucking hell. All right, I'm gonna skip through just a couple of things. So, that was the Majigi. What is worth talking about in here? Oh yeah, so this video clip here is where I got one of the quotes from. I found the quote separate, but I did actually find the video footage it was from. Whoever they got to dub him did an awful job. Like they gave someone, instead of translating like Con's voice into like proper English, they translated it into like broken English for some reason. I have no idea why they decided to do this in like 2001. It was such a weird decision. I guess maybe it had to do with like who they had around at the time or whatever, but they didn't need to do that. Like, it was such a strange decision. Instead of, like, translating it into natural English, it wasn't like he was speaking any English. He was speaking in full Japanese. And yet they translated it into, like, some sort of weird stereotype. It was very strange. So, I mean, I fixed it effectively and made it into real sentences. But
to me, the most important
it was just weird. I don't know why they did that.
While I was writing the script, I tackled the tough issues, such as dealing with different time tense. With the narrative they were tackling,
yeah, I really liked Millennium Actress. It's a good film. Though I saw it in Japanese in the English dub, the original English dub. There's like a manga UK dub from 2005, I think, and there's apparently a new dub that came out like a couple last year or something. I haven't seen that one. Wait.
it needed to come.
I'll take your word for it.
From period to period, only by the
comments
combination
about.
of
I guess that's about
the
Nerdwright.
actress's perspective do we get a fuller picture of the events, which were based loosely on the lives of famous Japanese actresses, as a love letter to the nation's film history, including all manner of references. Maybe something stands out: Akira Kurosawa's Throne of Blood, Yosujiro Osu's films. Maybe there are.
All right, yeah, measuring the quality. Yeah, again, this is not what I'm saying. I mean, take this with a grain of salt, guys. I mean, I'm an animator. I know how it works. I know how ones work and twos and threes and fours, and I know that ones doesn't make an animation better. But when you have to deal with a frame count, As someone who has to deal with a budget and you can only use so many frames in a scene, it makes it a lot more difficult to measure your situations. There may be a shot a way you'd like to do it, but you can't because you have a limited amount of frames per minute. Like I said, you have probably like 100 or 200 frames per scene, per like minute of footage, if that. When you like, I mean, it's what, 200 times 90. You get the gist. Like, more frames doesn't mean necessarily better, because Perfect Blue is a very nice looking film for what it is. You probably wouldn't even notice it has that. And in fact, mainly that is because of what they say here. Like, they had really talented people working with it, but like having more frames does give the animators more options. Say for example, there's a difference between Akira, which has about what, like 100,000 frames per its 2-hour runtime, give or take, maybe a bit more, 100,000, 110,000 frames, which gives them more options for like how they can do a scene than 30,000. Say for example, you wouldn't be able to do like the illustrious motorcycle sequence the exact same way with like a much lower frame count. It would be you change up how you do it. You'd probably change up how long the sequence is. Usually what happens is you just cut a sequence to save frames. You don't necessarily make the animation like worse. You just have to cut stuff or make it less elaborate. So yeah, Mad Rugen, you're talking to an animator, so like, I mean, if you want to just tell that to the chat, I'm fine with that, but like, I know. I mean, a lot of places you get paid per frame, which is not really an ideal way of doing it. I don't think anyone likes being paid by frame. I think it's kind of ridiculous. Oh god, did Akira really have 172,000 frames? Jesus Christ, that's a lot of frames. I'm trying to place it to like, I believe Princess Mononoke had like 120,000. Again, this doesn't necessarily mean that like more frames is better. Like, to quote Richard Williams before he died on Twitter, he vaguely said something along the lines of like, it's more like a flow of frames. More frames isn't necessarily better, but like different versions of frame counts are good for different things. So like, you shoot ones for certain sequences, but you might use 2s or 3s. It's like the ocean flows. Like, you will adjust the frame modulation to adjust to the scene's needs. It's not necessarily that this is better. It's more about what does this get across. Because if you shoot everything on ones, it's actually very hard to do stuff like fast motion completely on ones because it feels too flowy. Sometimes you might shoot something with too much floaty animation, and it makes something seem more comedic than it's supposed to be. Anyway, back to the video. I'm going to eat a little bit, and I'm just going to let us play again.
Those two films, although not like any particular title, I tried to recreate what I have seen and what a typical Japanese film would.
These are all from Ozu, by the way.
There's one movie that left a definitive impact on Millennium Actress. It's its favorite movie, Slaughterhouse-5. I saw the George Roy Hill directed movie before I read the novel, and I was very impressed. How in the movie, different places and times would be put together and expressed at the same time as we follow the protagonist. I have read the original novel itself, but it was the movie that left an impression on me and has had a huge influence on my work. It defines Millennium Actress's style of cutting through time and space, seen to a lesser extent in Perfect Blue. In every frame of Pating's video, he describes Slaughterhouse's use of 3 styles of transition: match cuts, graphic match, intercutting between 2 time periods that mirror each other. A favourite of Collins, he expanded on this, turning it into his own style of filmmaking. This technique also helped the frame count, since we're dealing with a tight 32,000 for 92 minutes. Again, same here, like this is more about practicality than it is about the quality. Like, Con does save a lot of frames by just avoiding doing establishing shots and like in betweens. That's kind of like part of his style. It is very quick. And I think he'd said this before. I think it was Con that said this, or it might be someone else. Like, the idea that like, when you shoot an animation, you can cut faster than you can in real life, because if you shoot an animation, you can cut between sequences easier because like there's less information on the screen for you to read, which you can't quite do in the same way with live action because there's a lot more noise, and it makes it harder for you to do quick cuts without people's brains not like registering the shots. Like, if your shot is under 2 seconds, it can be kind of awkward to read, like 2-3 seconds. There's generally like a rule with editors, they say, where it's like you should always cut longer if like there is an option. Like, you generally want to hold it longer because if you've seen the scene enough times, you're reading it a little bit different than like an average audience will. They can slice off the in-between sequences.
But there's a little bit more frame
removing the
count
filler
in
or
Millennium
establishing
Actress.
shots. That's
Generally, like Con's films get bigger, like the more time passes, and the team gets more like better, I guess. Like he gets people on the team who've been there for longer, who are more like who've learned from their mistakes of like prior productions, and they're like the team just become like a more well-oiled machine in each film, and they get more efficient.
we glide through scene to
He
scene.
also saves a lot of the animators.
Moreover, Millennium Actress was Con's last traditionally animated movie. It is impressive in its variety of color palettes. A muted palette can flip.
All right, I'm gonna have to stop this. Dylan, frame count examples. 1, Akira was not shot on ones. It was not shot on ones. It was occasionally shot on ones, but it shots on ones, twos, and threes. Like you do not consistently shoot a film on one kind of frame count, unless you're Disney. I guess Disney mainly use ones, but like they mix it up. Yeah, limited animation can have an appeal. There are some shots in Princess Kaguya which are shot on freeze that are like they're very beautiful to watch, but like it's because they're shot on freeze, so it gives it quite an abstract movement. I mean, I'm a big freeze guy myself. Like it's where someone's crawling on the floor, if I recall right, in one of the scenes. Yeah, more frames in animation is not always better. Like it's all about modulating the frames to use the right amount for the right moment. Like it's a real effect. Like it can get really awkward. Like actually, because it's not even just drawing something. It's all about how those frames hit you. Like how long a frame lingers and stuff like that can be also quite important. But like on a film like that, like on here, like that means more frames, which means you only have a limited amount of those that you can do. So if you're holding on a frame, you're using up more frames that you might need for the rest of the sequence. So you've got to worry about balancing that stuff. And again, someone's saying here, like, Richard didn't do everything on ones. That's also a myth. No one does everything on ones. I mean, I don't know if Disney was doing it on twos. They might be. They might well have been doing stuff on twos. I mean, you vary it up. Like, you're not going to just do it on twos. You're going to do it on lots of different frames. I mean, like, yeah, the way they usually say about anime, the stereotype is like it's like 7 frames a second, because like that's as many frames as you can get away with. Cutting down to like the limit. But yeah, like if Disney could be using twos, they could be using ones. It depends on what they're going for. I mean, Disney tends to be quite floaty in their style, so I imagine they have a higher frame count than most just because of the way they move. But it doesn't mean they're always using ones. And again, Richard Williams didn't always use ones. He said it. It's a flow of the ocean. You use the frame count which is more appropriate to the scene. Yeah, you also notice something if you've seen a lot of Soviet animation as well. A lot of their animations are very floaty because it's all shot without like in betweens or anything like that. It's all kind of like just stream of consciousness animation, and I probably shot on like one. It feels like it's shot on ones. It might be shot on twos, but like the animation is so floaty and there's so many frames. It feels kind of weird at times. It doesn't really feel very natural. And I think that's an effect of like not having keyframes and also keeping a very high frame rate without like in betweens because they just sort of went like that. It's a Meeseeks game. I don't know what they're talking about. Computer animation is automatic on ones. You have to manually adjust it to twos. Yeah, you have to do a lot of stuff like that. Like they say that Spider-Verse, if I remember right, Miles is like on twos through most of the films until the end.
Flip to vividness. Just
Disney's on twos mostly. I'll take your word for it. I mean, if you've got a source about it, please link it in the chat and I'll look at it later. Because I think it's always fun reading all that shit. Actually, to be fair, I think I have the book on the old men, the old 9 men. I swear I actually have a copy of the old 9 men somewhere. The story about all the people who developed Disney stuff.
to reflect the intensity of that scene's memory.
I can't thank you enough, Chiyoko. But I had a feeling you might say yes.
The movie is considered
That's
the
the,
other side
the
of the
older
coin to Perfect Blue. They're like sisters, both dealing with the concept of fame, where Millennium Actress is optimistic in comparison to Perfect Blue's darkness. That optimism spreads into Kon's filmmaking. I find joy in the entire filmmaking process. I really enjoy every single moment along the way, from assembling the script to beginning establishing the worldview, then onto the character designs and art setting, the storyboarding, and collaboration work with lots of staff for the actual drawing and background art. Whatever the output, be it a sentence, a picture, or a sound, concreting the idea together is someone who is, after all, nothing but an anime fan. Against Kon's prior judgments, he was a collaborator at heart, who loved the work he did. This was his favourite scene. One that let music and imagery stand by their own. Susumu Hirasawa composed the soundtrack. Hirasawa's anime music became iconic in series like Berserk. His off-kilter electronics could be anxious or inspiring, depending on the situation. Kon, being a longtime fan, gave him a lot of leeway, a sort of...
Yeah, I imagine things in Disney are always moving, so I'll give you that. So yes, Hirasawa is the absolute boy. Didn't know this at the time. Found out this like literally the day after. Satoshi Kon made an AMV for Berserk Forces. I remember reading an interview. He said something about his love for the track Forces. He made an animated music video for that track using Berserk footage. He made like the first official AMV for like, I guess, music programs or whatever else. He directed it and edited it. And like it uses a lot of his style of editing, like all the cuts and stuff like that. He'll do match cuts. He'll do like move to action. Like someone will fall off a horse and they'll go from like being young Berserk to old young Guts to old Guts. He'll do match cuts from sword to swipe. Someone will attack and you'll see someone else get knocked down. He'll cut he'll do the cause and effect mishmashes. He'll do like transitional shots. And at the end there's like a weird CGI thing. It's actually a really cool music video and it's a great track. Everyone should check out the Berserk Forces music video. Oh yeah, so yeah, 3D animation is completely different than 2D animation. That's like a completely different like world. And I don't know much about 3D animation because I don't do it myself, but I'd like to do a little bit of it in the future if possible, maybe. But yeah, it's a completely different world. Yeah, you can find the AMV on like YouTube. If you type in like Berserk Forces Satoshi Kon, maybe you probably find it. Like it'll just be an AMV, and at the beginning credits should have like Japanese names on them, and the middle one will be Kon's. I don't have Maya, but I could try Blender.
Sort of leeway to him you don't see in anime, using music roughs during the storyboard and timing phase. When Kon spoke to me about my music, he'd say things such as, what he liked about the music was the sense I had smuggled a capsule of science into the spiritual worldview. That's not to say that I was attempting to interpret the scientific world with spiritual lens. In deciphering the universe, there are two contexts, scientific and spiritual, and I believe that Kon's perspective was that both were necessary to achieve balance. I was introduced to Kon over a decade ago in an interview that we both happened to attend. He was clearly a different sort from the typical music industry types, or even your average Joe. He had a strong presence, yet was modest. People who can maintain that sort of attitude in the industry hold similar values to myself, and, in my experience, are trustworthy. He liked my music very much. I personally was not a fan of manga or anime.
Alright, someone said there's a lot of Forces AMVs. It shouldn't say AMV, it should literally just say Berserk Forces, and maybe there'll be some Japanese characters next to it. Look for the one with like the beginning has the black screen with the Japanese names on it. It is on YouTube somewhere, I've seen it. Maybe if you just type in Berserk Forces Satoshi Kon, you'll get it. Or like, yeah, maybe something like that. It's about, if not, look up, I believe Katsuka, French animation blog website. They actually linked to it a couple days ago. So if you go on their website, Katsuka, I think it's Katsuka. If you go on their website and type in Satoshi Kon, you'll probably find it from there. Is it weird how different the Berserk... Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I'm talking to Mike. Is it weird how different the Berserk OST was to the bigger part of series that came out at the time? It just sounds like Kurosawa's music. Kurosawa's music has always had a very specific like sound, and I think that's what makes it great. And I think his Berserk soundtrack is excellent, and probably one of the major reasons that you'd actually want to watch the anime opposed to just reading it.
So I thought it would be difficult to find shared points of interest. Yet from the moment we met, we both felt like we had old shared interests, as we each had the impression that we were similar people working in separate fields. They formed a friendship while...
This internet frame reminds me of the Flying Lotus animated music video by Shiro Watanabe. I mean, I talked about the Watanabe music video.
Continuing to work...
The interview frame. I don't know, man.
Work together. Kurosawa became a solid part of the foundation of Kon's movies. DreamWorks distributed Millennium Actress in the United States, but kind of dropped the ball after Spirited Away didn't perform in American theatres. They also changed the cover art for the worse. The DVD jacket, as Kon puts it, what the hell. It was shown almost exclusively in New York and Los Angeles and received minimal advertising from its distributor.
Everybody who's seen it, every review I've read, has been how surprised they were, how emotional the film made them. It's emotional. How they were completely mesmerized by it. As the movie started, it starts off very slowly, and you're kind of going, what is this? And then suddenly you're in it.
Despite the lack of commercial success, Millennium Actress gathered critical acclaim, especially from animation historian Fred Patton, claiming it to be one of his favourite animated movies. And also, it won many awards.
Fred Patton is like wild. Very influential figure, maybe contentious to some. I mean, his stuff about Kimber was kind of like bullshit, but yeah, he did like admit that later on, apparently. But like, he literally, a lot of what Fred Patton did in the 80s, like for manga, and also like talking to Tezuka and stuff like that, he like was really a trendsetter, and also in the furry community, he was like a real trendsetter for internet culture. Like, he was 40 years ahead of the curve. Dude was like incredibly wild. Incredibly wild. Very valid. Like, he has a lot of interesting articles about stuff, but, you know, take it with a pinch of salt, because obviously the impact people had and the information they had before, like, the internet is a very different age, or like, even when they're much older.
Including the prestigious Ofuji Noburo Award.
Alright, someone's mentioning this. Oh yeah, the furry guy. Yeah, he's the... he was like the... oh god. He's like the guy that started the furry fandom. Like, one of them. They started like conventions back in the 70s. Yeah, you can post the A and B in chat if you want. It should show up. Yeah, Spirited Away did not do well in the West. Not at all. It did well in Japan. It made a fuck ton of money in Japan and China. China only last year. Made a lot more extra money in China because it had never been released officially in there. But like most territories, America, it didn't do well. To what they expected, right? The film in America that did the best Ghibli-wise, I think, was Up on Poppy Hill. And that made $40 million in America, I believe. I don't think Spirited Away, that had a limited release, did very well at all in America at the time. Not comparison to like Pokemon the movie or Yu-Gi-Oh the movie, which were raking $100 million in the box office. Like Spirited Away, like, I mean, Miyazaki was just not big in the States at the time. That's just how it was. And it was a limited release, so I think most people couldn't even find a theatre that was showing it.
When asked about the award, Kon stated, "It's not like I'm creating animation because I want to win awards. For the staff who..."
Spirited Away did get an Oscar, though it may have been in the theatres before it got the Oscar. So the Oscar did put it on the map, more so, yeah. But then, like, Miyazaki didn't come to, like, accept the Oscar because, you know, the Iraq War. And he refused to actually accept it himself.
Work so hard on the films, it represents praise for them. Even if I stand in front of the staff and say it did really well in the United States, putting the experience of seeing that reaction into words is difficult. So if I get a plaque or a trophy and bring that home, everyone gets excited. That movie had an ambitious topic that wouldn't be easy to sell. Despite being similar to a film like Titanic, It's all about how it used its unique style for displaying the life of an aging actress. Its success has led to a movie that could compete with giants of the industry. And that's only thanks to the team that Kon assembled. He'd been networking animators since Rojin-Z. So while much of the Perfect Blue team returned, in the end the results were like synergy, which money cannot buy. So even someone else with a big budget couldn't do what we did. Millennium Actress owes a lot to our teamwork. While Kon garnered critical acclaim, producer Murayama wanted him to have a hit, with something that could appeal to the mainstream, a comedy. Kon agreed. After all, he didn't want to tackle the same thing over and over again. Things can get redundant.
You're the one that found me.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you save my baby?
Yes, ma'am. I'll save him.
The origins were based loosely on John Ford's
Alright. So this is the next point. Yeah, I said Ghibli, I didn't say Miyazaki. Someone was saying about, yeah, Poppy Hill was made by Goro. Yeah, well, I mean, it was effectively an animated music video. Like, they gave Kon clips from Berserk, and he edited them and directed a music video using those clips, and put them to the song Hirasawa Forces. What am I eating? Some, like, veggie burgers and tomato stuff, and there were some veggie nuggets here too. I don't know. Nothing crazy, nothing crazy. God, what was I saying? I was going to talk about here. So, Three Godfathers, yeah. So this is the thing. Like, I know for a fact that Kon has mentioned that he was a John Ford fan. Like, he definitely likes John Ford movies. And I think in Japan, John Ford actually seems to be circulated enough because obviously Kurosawa also watched John Ford. And maybe he knew that because of that. Maybe because of Kurosawa putting out John Ford, he referenced the point and watched a lot of John Ford. I mean, he watched a lot of American films back in the 60s and beyond. And Three Godfathers, apparently there's a book. Someone was saying something about there being a book. I don't think he's ever read it. I assume he's just watched Three Godfathers. He liked the premise and he used it to make his book, not to make his anime, make his movie. I don't even think the story follows it too much. It's just like the idea, I think, was the inspirational spark, and he just sort of took it in his own direction. Yeah, I mean, if anyone linked the AMV, I haven't seen it, so unless it was auto-botted, because I haven't had any links that I could, like, show to anyone, so. The modern-day Fred Patton, it's obviously fucking YMS, obviously. I mean, guess different medium, but kind of the same deal, right? I mean, Fred Patton did a lot of reviews. Though I suppose it is kind of different medium, yeah. It is different medium, but... I mean, if the link got deleted, I didn't do it myself, so I don't know what's going on. I didn't touch any links, so send it again. I don't know, maybe my chat has like an auto block for links, I don't know.
Film,
okay, I'm going to
Three
finish eating,
Godfathers.
and I'll just let
In
this
this case, it's those at the bottom rung of society who are thrown into misadventure. Screenwriter Nobumoto returns, whose prior work on World Apartment Horror covered the same inequalities. Such topics are rare in anime. These are people who have been
Alright, one note. I would love to show it on stream, but I will get copyright striked. So I can't. It probably wouldn't even be the footage that would do it, it would be the song.
discarded from society. The homeless, the runaway girl. In Japanese society, civil rights that the people have are few in number. I wanted to examine how someone separated from the mainstream society could once again rejuvenate society. The story took 4 months for both Kon and Nobumoto to piece together. It's written specifically with coincidence and convenience. that accelerate the conflict, following the grounded to fantasy foundation that the director is known for. If anything, this project feels more like an urban fairy tale than the rest. With Tokyo Godfather, we intentionally made the story simple and focused on exposing the background of the characters more. Although Tokyo Godfather is a comedy first, the marriage of its humor and tragedy are constantly battling, accentuated by the expressive facial reactions. Snappy, rubbery, willing to be cartoonish, they give the movie a lot of personality. This time with a higher frame count, it gives them extra options. Kon recorded reference for a fair few of the characters to give the animator something to work with. Moriyama also got involved, to be a fly in the wall during those sessions, eh? So there's a basis to all the exaggeration. Kon would go out of his way to make sure that he had the right source material for the production. Fundamentally, they wanted to think of anime as film, which meant a lot of detail and thinking of the characters as actors. With 3 characters of focus this time, they're still majority women, which gets you to wonder, what is Kon's preference? As he said himself, with a male character I can see the bad aspects because I am a man. I know very well what a male character is thinking. Even if he's supposed to be very cool, I can see the bad side of him. That makes it very difficult to create a male character. Right. On the other side, if you write a female protagonist because it's the opposite sex and I don't know them the way I know a male, I can project my obsessions onto the character and expand the aspects I want to describe. Until I made Perfect Blue, I didn't describe female characters that much, especially in manga. Once I did, I found it very easy to write them. Miyuki in particular seems to be inspired by the kind of girls that he grew up with during... Alright, someone's asking about where did I find the behind the scenes footage. It's in the credits. Oh, my throat. Alright, yeah, so unfortunately I found out this later as well. There is a behind the scenes making of Tokyo Godfathers. So there's a couple clips in there. There is a behind the scenes making of for Millennium Actress. There is a behind the scenes making of for Paprika. However, if you have certain DVDs, there is actually a couple extra features for Tokyo Godfathers, including the scene where you get to see Kon dressed up in the outfit doing the facial reactions, and them doing it outside and him doing the running and all the other stuff, which is very amusing footage. I would have loved to have it for this video. Unfortunately, DVD sites and Blu-ray sites, they don't advertise properly, so they didn't tell me that there was extra stuff on the DVD. I had to look it up. And because of the way it works in the UK, UK DVDs back in the early 2000s were absolute trash. So the version we had originally that came out, like in 2003, 2004, 2005, that time, there was no extras on that disc at all. But if you get the newer Blu-ray, but this is the UK Blu-ray that came out maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, they do have the extras on it, but we still yet to have the they've just done a newest release for Tokyo Godfather. Like, there's a new dub that came out like a couple months ago, and they haven't released that version in England yet, because I was thinking about buying Tokyo Godfather to see if I could get any extras. I didn't know there was any more on the Blu-ray, because I was like, oh, I'd rather wait for the new one to come out so I can get all the stuff on it, but a little bit too late, I guess. Oh Jesus Christ, did someone try and send another link to the AMV? Because there are 2 messages in the chat that have been redacted. I mean, I didn't do anything to them because I was in the middle of talking, but maybe the bots did. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I still buy Blu-rays and DVDs. I think it's fun. I enjoy it. I usually buy them for the extras. I usually buy it for anything that I can use in my videos or like archive, because that stuff tends to disappear if no one like keeps an eye on it. No, I don't really think there's too many other films where like Tokyo Godfathers, where one of the main characters is, you know, transgender. It's a kind of like a rarity. But I suppose, like, even within the film, like, I mean, I think some people would probably say that, like, what's the name? What's the name? Oh god, I've forgotten her name. What you looked up to?
自分が例えば16歳の男の子だった時に比べて周りのやっぱり同じ年の女の子っていうのは
I mean, YouTube might be censoring chat if someone isn't redacting their own messages. Like, I think it's apparently Human Falafel, is that name? They have a couple of messages redacted, which I didn't do anything with, so either they've been removed by YouTube or they've deleted them themselves. She does go against the grain.
Oh, is it an Autobot? Oh, that's fucking annoying.
Lower vocal.
God damn it, I can't believe it. I don't want them to do anything. I don't think I've got anything on for them to do. Oh, that's so annoying. Alright, I don't know what they do. Usually, if there's a message that like gets flagged, I can say if I want to show it or delete it, and I generally always show it. I'm gonna speed up a little bit. I'm gonna just speed up a little bit. So,
tone and embrace personality. Same for Hana.
So Hana, that's her name. Yeah, Hana. Yeah, because Hana used to work at like a, like this, the host. What do you call them? Like a host club, like a very particular type of host club. You can see like they do imply that like most of the members at the host club are like either cross dressers or trans. And generally, apparently that's how it goes in real life with these sort of situations, like in that certain kind of bar. Because I mean, yeah.
Who is someone who feels that she was born in the wrong body.
Yeah. I mean, that's what she says anyway. Like, I think someone said in the comments like that's old terminology, but like that's literally the wording she used, and I want to be very clear about how I did that because I saw there was definitely like a reaction with the new dub when like, I mean, this is probably just an American reaction, I guess. Just that some people were like arguing if Hana was trans, where it seems pretty obvious to me. I mean, even the Manga UK page that we have here just says that she's a trans woman. But I mean, I guess maybe there's some contention about it. I don't know. Seems a little silly to me, but who cares? Let's move on. Let's move past.
Rendered from these scouting photos, and it captures both the cold and warmth of the big city and making the scenery more dense with world building. The music is a key component to its atmosphere. Hirasawa doesn't return, but in place is Keiichi.
Let's give a little bit to Keiichi over here. Keiichi is the man. Like Keiichi's soundtracks for like Earthbound and Mother and all that, absolutely fantastic.
Suzuki and his band, most well known for their fantastic work in the Earthbound and Mother series, that eccentric style of musicianship with a variety of genres mashed in, sets that tongue-and-cheek tone for the movie. They even get to reference Kubrick as they rework
Tokyo Godfather soundtrack is amazing
into a synth reggae cluster. The film wasn't a smash hit, perhaps it's too idiosyncratic for its own good. How was the response? Well, Murayama says it was mixed at the time. Some liked it, but others didn't go down well with. Which saddened Murayama, though he was glad that they made the film. But it didn't seem to faze Kon.
Alright, so I've drank a little bit more, my throat's a little bit more together, so I was going to speed through some stuff. Yeah, so this is Jonathan Clements. He's a British writer, usually known for writing the anime encyclopedia and all its misinformation, but I think that Jonathan does actually some good work from time to time. I actually like his website, his blog, and he has reference, like he has like access to stuff that most people don't, so I do think he's a good source at times. Just, I wouldn't be quoting the anime encyclopedia. I think it's Anime a History, which I have somewhere from a library that I never gave back. No, I'm joking. In Minecraft, I never did that. But like Anime a History, I think he wrote. That's actually a pretty good book. A lot of good information in there. But yeah, he mentions that he met Murayama, and this was like a really nice time that they were together. And because, like I said, like the film didn't do that well, and at the time, I think the Japanese response was a bit like, American response seemed to be a little nicer. But like, yeah, when the crowd burst into they were like at a showing. This is probably a year or two ago, and yeah, like the crowd, they loved it, and he was having a good time, and I'm so glad. Like, it sounds like such a wholesome moment, like for little Moriyama. He's such a good guy.
Especially since American audiences did seem to be more positive towards it. But when talking about critical reaction, he took it with a pinch of salt. That's because my self-criticism is much more harsh. That puts a far greater pressure on me. Favourable judgment and praise from people for this and that are only natural responses, since the making of a work has to be interesting for myself in the first place. I don't want to ignore fans' opinions, but I wouldn't go out and ask them. The movie
I think it's a pretty healthy response if you're like a director. Like, I think that you could probably like melt your brain by just looking at people's response, especially on the internet. Like, there was one thing like back in the day when you just read critic responses to your work. I imagine that could be kind of like weird and strange because they have their particular tastes. But there's another thing like being on Twitter and like looking your name up and your film name up to see what people are like saying about your films. I think that would literally, like, if I did that, I would literally have to kill myself. I'd literally just have to, no, just don't do that. Like, that's the worst thing you could possibly do. And like then sometimes like directors respond to it. I'm like, oh my god, like they're just creating like such a horrible hole for themselves. Like, it's just not just you kind of have to like remove yourself from that stuff if you want to live like in peace.
Done his own.
Is there any streaming sites that have Satoshi Kon films? I have absolutely no idea. I have most of them on like physical releases. I have no idea. It depends on your region as well, because like in England it might be different than America. You'd have to tell me if Netflix has any of them. I have no idea. Absolutely no clue. You'd hope they would. Alright, so let's move forward a bit. Let's move forward. So, alright, so the classical VHS moment. Not VHS. PC, 90s PC here. Paranoid Android. Yeah, this is real. I think I read this in an essay. There was an essay that actually mentioned that like there is a real teen bat rampage that hit Tokyo back in the year 2000, and it was pretty well known about at the time. And that probably was the inspiration in some part for like Paranoid Agent's like main character. Well, main protagonist, or antagonist, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I think someone's mentioned about how, like, yeah, Tokyo Godfather does break a lot of taboos, but that's, yeah, it's kind of the point, I guess. I mean, I think Kon said it himself about how these people are not, like, within society as we know it, and yet they end up doing something that, like, helps people out and, like, become heroes in their own right. And, I mean, he does kind of write it in such a way where, like, at the end, they are, like, no longer homeless. I don't know, like, I guess you could take that maybe in the wrong way if you were looking at it from a certain lens, that, like, because one of them like wins a lottery ticket, and obviously one's going to go back probably to live with their parents, and from going from there. So like, I hope the message isn't necessary. I imagine, well, it probably isn't, I guess. But like, I hope it doesn't. People don't come out the end of it being like, and then they did good things, and now they're not homeless. That's the reward. They don't have to be homeless anymore. If you do good things, you stop being homeless. Because I think that'd be a fucked up thing for like anyone to like perceive from media, I guess. But I don't know. I think they're just trying to have a happy ending. Probably.
In the years to follow, a spike of juvenile crime hit Japan.
Another message just got retracted. I mean, I did not retract that message. What's going on?
Paranoid Agent is a show about modern living and the fears surrounding that. After several movies, there were some ideas that were not included into them. Over time, these ideas accumulated. Not that I dropped them because they weren't good enough.
So, Morgan, where are you from? Like, so you're saying Amazon Prime has Millennium Actress and Paranoid Agent? Oh, Paranoid. I think a version of Paranoid Agent is on YouTube. I don't think it's official though. But like, apparently, I guess some regions, Amazon Prime has Millennium Actress. That's cool.
But they just didn't fit into any of the projects. It hurt to see the material go to waste.
Yeah, you could probably
so
go
looked for a chance to recycle it.
Oh, so
production began while Tokyo Godfather.
Yeah, so maybe in America you can watch them. I mean, I bought most of them as a physical release myself, but, you know, I don't think most people do that anymore.
Was still being made, as to not lose the talent gathered for the free. Instead of
okay,
4 times as much screen time before getting the same.
I'm gonna cut that down for a second just to show this clip. So, all right, I had to do a lot of like nightmare work to make this Paranoid Agent part work, because there's a particular Italian distributor. I don't even know if they're an official distributor, but they were claiming the shit out of this video for ages. Like, I had to like do a lot of reversing, a lot of reverse cut stuff all over this video in the Paranoid Agent section, because they were claiming after for 9 seconds of footage. It was getting ridiculous. I had to recut this like 7 or 8 times. Not the worst I've had in my life, but it was kind of a shock because I had no issues with the rest of the video.
And with them, the mood.
I'll just skip through for a second. So we've got a couple more clips of this one.
There's a level of reverse cause and effect. Number 20. Still all.
Yeah, I mean, I think Paranoid Agent is worth a watch. Though, like I said, I probably think the movie format suits Kon better. I do think the opening and ending are pretty great, though.
Especially seen in like the OP, where they use a form of yodeling, which is definitely new. But the stark imagery contrasts with the mood of the track, Dream Island, Obsessional Park. Ethereal in nature because the show itself had a very late time slot. After all, a vivid title.
Right. So we're saying Paranoid Agent OP is the first anime video on YouTube, by the way. That's pretty cool, if that's true. Yeah, his music's pretty great. Someone's saying, my friend says I'm better off finding DVD rips online, but I personally prefer buying. I mean, I like buying stuff. How bougie am I like having a collection of like media that I can watch and keep, because discs last like 100 years. Like I could keep all those discs until I'm like dead if I really wanted to. Where like if you have something on a streaming service, it could be gone tomorrow and you wouldn't even realize it. It's kind of ridiculous. And even files, like computers die and fucking crash all the time. Like whatever files I've collected will probably fall to pieces, by the next couple of years. I'll probably delete them or move them or do something with them. I kind of like having the DVDs. It's just the space that's the issue. Like having so many discs is just annoying to like keep. But like I like it. I especially like it when it's like a nice release. I like having, like earlier today for the next video I'm making, I went through my old Blade Runner discs because I knew there was some like behind the scenes footage that would be important for the next video I'm making. So I had to look through all these old DVDs I had. I probably haven't looked at them in like 10 years, but I just put them out, put them on my computer, started playing them, having a look at all the behind the scene features on them, found out about what other, there's probably some behind the scenes features on these discs I haven't even checked out before. And I was watching through it and I found the clip I wanted and it was really cathartic.
Little screen would wake people up and you couldn't have that. The sense of playfulness at the end of
God,
the
it
world
was 2005, really?
you can
Jesus
see
Christ.
throughout each episode. However, I would say the ED leaves its own kind of impact in a sleepy, creepy atmosphere that gets you to ruminate after each episode, to think about what happened.
Paranoid Agent was split into 3 parts of each episode on YouTube. Yeah, they used to do that all the time. Oh my god, that was a different era of YouTube. We used to have like 1,000 episodes of Naruto on YouTube, or just Dragon Ball, and they were all in like part 1, part 2, part 3, all in 240p, horrible quality, and you would just watch anything on YouTube until it got taken down. And usually there was enough different versions of it that you could just watch a whole series on YouTube. I think I watched the whole of Great Teacher Unusaka, is it? Unusaka? I think I watched that all on YouTube because it was all on there at a time. Probably got deleted by now.
On the precipice of calm, knowing that something dire could be around the corner, the cast dozing off on a mellow field as they fragment, cross-fading from figure to figure. This serenity won't last. The sound design here became a vital part of the show, which is usually underutilized in these kind of high deadline situations.
Yeah, same Flugmore. Same Flugmore. I watch so much anime through YouTube, like rough old versions.
Part 5's retro computer game fanfare for the episode The Holy Warrior.
I mean, yeah, they was fun. I mean, the quality was horrible, but I was probably on a CRT back then, so I probably wouldn't have noticed.
Seishi Minagami became the main writer on the show.
I mean, yeah, it was a different time for YouTube back then.
Satoshi's mind and turn them into something.
All right, let's have a look through here. I don't think there's much to say about this. I will say, like, the Paranoid Agent section of the script was saved by Andrew Osmond, because when he sent me the PDF, oh my god, it was a godsend, because it was really difficult for me to find any like proper information on Paranoid Agent like online. Maybe, just maybe, there might be more on the DVD release, but in England, this is the reason I never did it. In England, the Paranoia Agent release is censored very specifically. They remove certain scenes, especially in that one particular episode with the 3 trio who are trying to like off themselves. They removed very specific scenes from that scene, from that episode, and I was kind of like, what the fuck? Like, why would I buy like this release? Like, if it's not the full episode. So out of principle, I decided I would never buy the DVD collection. I mean, I was not against it. I thought it would be quite fun to have it as a release, but I don't even think there's any extras on it anyway. But like, I was pretty like, I'm not really happy about that, because it's, it's been 16 years since the show came out and they still haven't sorted that out.
Has come from ordinary day-to-day living, such as watching movies, reading books, listening to music, and talking with my friends. I get ideas that are linked to trends around the world, but I just take in the information from TV, newspapers, and the internet in a normal way. However, I feel the easiest moments to extract an idea is when I'm talking with someone. When I'm talking with someone, I feel like my mind opens in some ways. A few episodes do have real...
There is talk, I think we get to it later, where Con basically says something along the lines of like, well, people said that he used to walk around the animation studio to talk to all like the different staff members. I think he was procrastinating, if I'm honest, because I used to work in the studio with different illustrators, and that's what I used to do. I used to walk around and talk to people so I didn't have to work. And even when I worked, I mean, I worked at the university for a bit. That's what I used to do when I worked at the university as well. I used to procrastinate by going and talk to people instead of doing real work. So, I mean, I think he did care, but at the same time, I think he was trying to avoid his responsibilities. But it is a good way of, like, talking to people is a good way to cultivate ideas. That's what I did realize when I did that. Because, you know, they were all looking at different stuff, different, well, when I did it, like, they were all looking at different things. They were researching different stuff, and, like, you picked stuff out, but it was cool. But I guess as an animator, you're just, like, having a bit of a chat, and, you know, maybe a story comes out of it.
World of culture.
I don't think I've got much else to say about, this stuff I don't even think I think this is harder to find nowadays, these Log Lady previews. I've got like the whole collection for like Twin Peaks' first couple of seasons. I don't even know if these are on the disc.
Known as the Log Lady.
Paranoia is shown after midnight on WOWOW, who also broadcast Twin Peaks in Japan, which garnered a
big
cult
F
following.
for
The show
Ruru
follows that
Scott
supernatural
finding out
mystery
lots of shit.
angle with a wide cast living in one city. Though with Paranoia Agent, we don't get the Cooper-style character until much later on.
Someone's asking something about Inuyasha. I never watched it. I don't think it was shown in England as much. If it was, I didn't see it on TV.
Instead of a killer, we have Paranoia's shonen bat.
So it is on the
figure,
it is on the
not
Blu-ray. I'd have to look
explained,
for it. Is it like
like
in
a
the special
modern
features or something?
Where myths spread through telephone poles and Ethernet cables, growing stronger with every embellishment. That merging point between these worlds, a dream that comes true, just like...
Yeah, it's always weird when they do that stuff. I mean, I understand, like, all right, I understand if you're going to remove sequences from like a kid's show, I kind of get like that has to do with like TV limitations. Like you kind of don't have a lot of control over like what the TV censors will let you show and what you can't show, especially in kids program TV blocks. They get very particular about some of that stuff. That's not really up to you as much. If you want it on to be on air, you've got to have to like play with the game. But when it comes to a show that's made for exclusively adults, that should be sold exclusively to adults, I don't see why you can even justify really moving a scene. It's basically just like the think of the children thing for a thing that like should not be sold to children, has no ability to be sold to children in a very particular episode that should not be shown to children. I just don't really understand that reasoning, especially when the American release was fine. Like usually the British board is actually a lot more lenient than the American, so I just don't fundamentally understand what their decision was there. I think they said they usually don't intervene, but there was like a very specific thing that happened in an episode, and they didn't think it was morally just to put it into some bullshit. They're like just making up excuses because they see it like all cartoons as for children. That's the excuse they're giving here. They're like they would never do this to like Train Spotting or something like that. They'd only do it because it's a cartoon, and they don't respect the medium.
Like in Paprika.
実はね、多分パーフェクトブルーとか千年女優とかっていうのは、おそらくパプリカみたいなことをやりたいっていうのが先にあったはずなんですよね。その作品の順番っていうパプリカが出た当時に読んでるんで、そういうなんか夢と現実が曖昧になっていく感じっていうのが先にやりたい。
Is it accurate to call 90s to 2000 anime millennial anime? If you wanted to, I guess.
It had to be Destiny
It's
concept.
90s anime.
It was thanks
2000
to
anime. What do you want to say?
Satsui's encouragement that we decided to make.
Like most of the Paprika thing, this is me like really summing up my points at this point, because I'd already made a video about Paprika that you can watch somewhere else. So a lot of this is me is kind of sort of summarizing quickly, like this is Con like working on like a stream project with like some of the best animators he knows, all coming together to make a film that he really wants to make, a film where he like really is bold in his directing style, because he's like taking what he's done and he's actually kind of putting himself forward as a director, and he's doing that thing where he's letting the style of his work really like be center front. And like that's kind of his thing. I mean, he seems like he was having a great time on the script. He was just having a ball. And the script was really dense, as you can see. Like the storyboarding was
when
really
I'm doing
dense.
This, I really feel like I'm making the movie.
And of course, he talks about how he loves making storyboards. You know, the film
transition, the edits,
very ambitious in its while. Great music once again. Apparently, this is I think that person there at the desk is actually supposed to be Satoshi Kon, because that's a picture of his wife right next to him there.
After using this motif.
Yeah, and I think he really came to an impasse in his career where he was feeling pretty satisfied with the work he'd done. I mentioned The Illusionist here. What was I mentioning The Illusionist for? Oh yeah, the otaku stuff. Like a lot of his films have otaku characters that aren't painted in the best light. Though I think that sort of comes all together in Paprika in a really nice way. Because I mean, it seems like Kon would consider himself like part of the culture until like he became a certain age. And like this scene here is pretty grotesque from Paranoid Agent. Yeah.
One who's relationships with.
And yeah, other characters like the stalker. And you've got Amaray's voice actor. Let's just move through because I want to get to like the important stuff, like the final stuff, because it's getting late.
When animator Takahiko Abiru.
I'm glad it's Jibble. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Do I have these Satoshi? I had a look at some of the PDFs for like the art book, but there wasn't anything in there that like interested me that much.
He said,
it's good art and all, but like I'd literally only want to use it if it had like interviews or something in it. What's the thing? So I just checked. No one's heard it from me. But there's a type of Philipso Kokoff. I don't know. Yeah, you might find a playlist of like poorly quality YouTube videos with Paranoia Agent on it in YouTube. I believe that Funimation might be streaming it on their service in certain areas. It was also showed on Adult Swim again this year at some point.
Looking on that.
Yeah, this stuff is great here. This fella here went on to work on God, what's that show called? He went to work on like I think it was an anime that came out last year, a seinen show, the one with like the Vikings. Is anyone know the show I'm talking about? Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous that the BBFC had the goal to not only give it an 18 but also remove like one of the scenes just because they could, which they would have never done for like an actual like filmmaker. That they consider, well, someone they considered an actual filmmaker, like, you know, Guy Ritchie or something. Yes, Vinland Saga. This guy here, Takahiko Abiru. He works on Vinland Saga now. I think he's like the animation director. Maybe the director, I forget which one.
Asked about the experience of working with Kon, he said they had some
so
of the
he's
best
actually came a long
animators in
way.
Japan all under one roof, working on that movie. So just having a chance to be there was an incredibly valuable experience. Being able to talk to Satoshi Kon in person was particularly important to me. Having everybody all in one place like that is the kind of thing that was only achievable at Madhouse. Satoshi.
Yeah, I mean, back in 2006, Madhouse was a real powerhouse of a studio. I think they did a lot of great work in the 2000s. And as the years went by and they lost a lot of their major staff, unfortunately, I think they've kind of become a shell of their former self. And then, of course, there was the big scandals last year with the how they were exploiting their workers to like extreme degrees. I think that really comes from a place of just how like far the studio has fallen in some ways. I mean, they lost like Rintaro seemed to retire, and then certain members passed on, if I recall, like Dasaki, and then Masao Murayama went on to make 2 separate studios and leave the thing back in like 2014. So like, yeah, the people that made the studio aren't even really there anymore. I think Kawajiri still is there occasionally, but I don't really know what he's doing there in the studio anymore. So yeah, I think the fall of Madhouse was kind of a sad reality in a lot of ways. And I don't think they're ever going to come back.
Kon was the kind of person who took care of the people who worked for him. He took them out to eat. He'd go over and talk to the people at their desks in person whenever.
Someone's asking if you want to watch the VOD of this live stream. I'm not going to place it on the channel. It's going to go in an archive, which is probably just going to be thrown to the patrons. But like, if you just want to keep the link, like if you just want to save this link and keep it for later, then be my guest. Like, just, I don't know, bookmark it or put the link somewhere, like in your email or your Discord or whatever. Just keep an eye on it, and then you can watch the full thing, which is going to be like, it's probably like 4 hours long, I guess.
Possible. Paprika is the cultivation of all of Khan's prior connections and themes. Hirasawa gives what might be one of his best.
Yeah, that's it. All right, I mentioned this earlier, so what was her name? Aya Suzuki. Aya Suzuki is the person I was mentioning much earlier in the stream who worked with Khan, who was like a British animator, like British Japanese, and she worked on thingamajig, Dream Machine, and she did a couple interviews. She did two interviews with Andrew Osmond that you can find online, and I think I may link them in the description. I don't remember. You could probably find them by just looking around for like her interviews. But yeah, check out her interviews, and also someone's bringing up that she did a podcast. Check that out. She's also going to be featured in the new documentary on Khan's life. I know she was actually in it. You see her like talking about it, and it's really nice. It's really nice.
Best soundtracks, which closes off the narrative, letting Khan bring these dreams into reality concept bigger than ever before, and plays with the source material that he loves.
Yeah, so this is me like cultivating that Paprika was like a landmark film for a minute. It's kind of, I guess I'm sort of subtly like, you know, signaling that like this is his last film in a way before I start, because I really do think in a way that like if we move on a bit,
children,
like you know, it is entirely possible that his next feature here could have really done a lot of good for Khan's career if it was a hit. Like if the film actually happened to do like pretty decent, it could have really done great things.
Children's films that I'd call normal. I'd like these films to be seen by both children and the
like
adults.
He's even saying here like he wants his original fans to watch this film. Like he's not going to be making it exclusively for like 4-year-olds.
Accompany them. Paprika premiered at Venice Film Festival alongside Otomo.
And yeah, I copy. Obviously this is like a Photoshop because I couldn't find a real picture, but like I think it's a really nice sentiment that like after all these years of working together and Otomo getting him to the place he was, like Khan giving him his first chance, now they're like at like the biggest film festival together, like just hanging out, just because they both released films that year and they're prestige guests.
Years after they first met, they stand together, both on the same.
All right, someone's bringing up the Inception thing. The Inception thing holds absolutely no water, guys. Like I think we all need to like live with this. Like let's not turn this into like the bloody Kimber Simba thing. The Inception thing holds no water. Like Inception and Paprika are not even remotely close as films. Not even remotely close. There are 2 or 3 like visual iconography things in the film that are definitely references. The first scene has a very similar hallway as one piece of Paprika. One piece. Like that one hallway scene. There's kind of a similarity there. There's also a woman with a red outfit who she smashes a mirror by touching it. These are like iconography, and directors do this all the time. Directors will reference other directors' iconography. That is literally Tarantino's whole career. It doesn't mean that you're necessarily ripping off that person. I mean, it can to varying degrees, but I don't think taking someone's iconography is really the same thing as making a film copy. If anything, I don't think Nolan's even watched Paprika. I think his brother has watched Paprika, but I don't think his film has anything to do with it. There have been many films beforehand about going into dreams, including films that I guarantee that Nolan has watched, like early surrealist films, and like, you know, Beauty and the Beast and all that stuff, 1940s Beauty and the Beast. All those kind of things. And also James Bond. Like, if anything, Inception is just James Bond and a heist, like Ocean's 11's James Bond through the language of Memento. That's what he's making. Like, I don't really think they hold much similarity besides very basic details. And I don't think that we should really hold Nolan accountable for, like, referencing another popular filmmaker. Now, I mean, even if he did, like, it might just be the set people who are referencing him, but I think it's just ridiculous for us to be playing that game, because that's just the language of cinema, is referencing other filmmakers.
Same level as directors, although Khan's next project would move away from the Otomo-style realism of his prior work, with Fleischer-style robots on a road trip named after this.
All right, so again, Tarantino, I don't necessarily agree that he steals. There is one particular feature where you could argue he stole, right? That's his first feature. His first feature is very much like a remake of a Chinese film that he didn't like get the rights for. So you could make that argument, but like Tarantino is a collager, just like George Lucas. Like they are collager of film history. I wouldn't say that necessarily makes them thieves. I mean, Tarantino is a twat. Like he's a real asshole for like a lot of reasons. But like I don't think it's because he references other films in his films in some way. I don't think that's the reason that he's an asshole. I think that's just part of the medium. That's what you do.
Song Dream Machine by Hirosawa himself.
All right, again, this I did the research. Nolan never said that. Nolan never said that he watched Paprika. Someone referenced it in a like a French interview that said they heard that he'd said something, but they didn't reference the source, which means it doesn't exist. Nolan has never referenced that he'd watched Paprika. I think his brother probably has. I'm sure that people on his sets have probably watched it because they're referencing imagery, but I don't think he's watched it like himself. And if he is, it's maybe in passing. Like Nolan is kind of not a nerd. Like he's a real normie, and like his reference, like he said, the inspiration for Paprika was an old Scrooge McDuck comic that he read when he was a kid, where they do a heist inside someone's dream. And I believe that because that's the kind of normie shit that Nolan would say. Like, you know, in the same way that like his reference to Batman is not like the comic books, but the 60s TV show, and his brother's reference is like comic books.
Con wanted to use a lot of music from the album in particular. This change towards family animation could have turned into a breakout for Con, grasping a new audience, or keeping the humanity of his work. During that period, those were the animations that did the best in Japan, so after his Ohio short, he went into a new chapter in his career. How could I forget May 18th of this?
Alright, this is the big part. This is the big part right here. So let me just see what the chat's saying. Yeah, I mean, Werner Herzog is also an insane person. Someone saying about him saying you need to be able to learn to forge and steal. I mean, it's pretty fucking true. Like, you do. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you consider stealing ideas. I think that ideas are not original. So, like, you referencing someone else's idea. I'll actually show you right here. Right?
Yeah, I received the following pronouncement from a cardiovascular doctor. It's the latter stages.
So we have an image here. This image here, this is obviously a different image, right? But like these shots here are like subtle references, and I thought it'd be a fun little thing to do. And it was also like shorthand, right? These shots here are a reference almost to like Breaking Bad's first episode, because this is like the kind of angle that was shot when Bryan Cranston is told that he has cancer. So there you go, shot. There's very big Paxton. He has this very particular office. It's very overpowering. This huge sort of thing there. These were references I was making, more so playfully. I didn't expect anyone to notice them because obviously I changed it quite a lot. But like, that's the kind of references I'm going off there because I thought it would be fun. Here, like I believe the imagery of Con here. I think I actually saw like a funny picture, and I liked that they had like a little toy, and it was like that pose, and I liked that pose, so I kind of referenced it to make that Con drawing there. But kind of turned it into like how I wanted it to be for Con.
Death had positioned itself right behind me before I knew it.
All right, someone saying that Nolan had wrote Inception. I think he hadn't wrote it because you don't write a screenplay in full 10 years before. He probably had the idea for it and maybe it's like a rough draft, but like yeah, he didn't write the script. Like he didn't write in his script, oh, there'll be a scene with a woman with who wears red who smashes a mirror as a direct reference to this other film, or like that there'll be a red hallway that like will spin around it. And he didn't write those parts.
But there was nothing I could do. The illness kept progressing day by day. I also attempted to do all the things necessary to be ready to die properly, to ensure that my wife should take over any modest assets that I had smoothly by writing a will, and besides, I wanted to remove...
Oh yeah, so like the shot beforehand here. Yeah, see this reference here, that's also a Japanese old woodcut. A big reference to like, I forget what that woodcut's called, but it's kind of like a reference to like horror and superstition stuff. And because I was referencing death, I thought like I was thinking Grim Reaper originally, but I thought, well, Grim Reaper is like a very generic stint. I thought it'd be more interesting to reference the sort of outline and shape of something that's more like, you know, Japanese and also fits into the culture. And I think it's a more interesting image because of it.
To do all the things necessary to be ready to die properly, to ensure that my wife should take over any modest assets that I had smoothly by writing a will, and besides, I wanted to remove any anxieties from myself, the one who had to take a little hop over. Ah, I can die at last. Even if I had to be hospitalized and under...
And here, like, I like to do some collaging, but like mainly because I don't like drawing buildings. I'm not very good at drawing like architecture and buildings. So generally I thought it would be more interesting for me to collage it, because I like to collage buildings. That's generally what I did a lot when I was doing that kind of work, because yeah, I hate drawing buildings. I hate drawing architecture.
Go many examinations. The results of those examinations, pneumonia. And when I asked the doctor, the answer I received...
And yeah, I drew most... Obviously, I didn't draw this building or this shot here. This shot is for pneumonia. I believe it's just like a public domain shot of what pneumonia looks like in an X-ray.
It was very businesslike. You may last 1 or 2 days.
But yeah, I drew this shot here. I'd done a similar shot earlier. This is slightly reframed.
Even if you survive this, you'll probably have until the end of the month. That was July the 7th. It was...
And Tanabata, if you don't know, is like a Japanese festival on July the 7th, if I remember right. So I drew this picture here. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know if I really like this image, if I'm honest. I wanted the tree to sort of be like bowing in the wind, but like it got really awkward depending on how you did it in After Effects, so I really lowered the effects, and now it's very subtle.
For sure.
It's barely even moving.
Right there and then. I wanted
but I don't know, I should have probably added more texture overlays to this shot. I don't really like it very much.
Thanks to my wife's efforts, the hospital's cooperation, and the coincidences
yeah, I drew
that were
the shot.
Numerous, they only seem to be gifts from the heavens. I've never seen so many coincidences and events falling into place so neatly in my life. I could barely believe it. This wasn't Tokyo Godfathers after all. I was lonely, but this is what I was thinking. Maybe dying won't be so bad. I didn't have any reason for it. Perhaps I needed to think like that, but I was surprisingly calm and relaxed. However, there was just one thought that was gnawing away at me. I don't want to die here. As I thought that, something moved out from the calendar on the wall and started to spread around the room. Oh dear, my hallucinations aren't all that original. I had to smile at the fact that my professional instincts were working even at times like this. But in any case, I really felt death very close to me. I was a little surprised that when I was being carried into the...
Same with this shot here. This shot actually references something earlier in the video. If you've seen like the up shot here is basically, it's kind of like a little subtle reference to Psycho, because I used this shot from Psycho earlier in the video, where you can see the killer, well, you can see Norman in his mother's outfit come towards the guy at the stairs to stab him. So I used that as a similar iconography. Also because it was a very convenient upward shot, which upward shots are very difficult to find. So they're quite difficult to reference, so I used that particularly. Oh yeah, and here, so this shot here, probably like a hospital bed I found somewhere, and I repurposed it and did a lot of work.
Here. As I thought that something moved.
And then you see the birds. The birds are actually some animation I'd done prior for a different project for Ryo Fukui, but I thought I could use them as a thing because the original text is he says something about lines coming out of a calendar, and then some other stuff happening, and I thought the birds would be a more interesting iconography for like a hallucination,
spread around the room.
Especially since like in some references, specifically in one book they referenced something about when Satoshi died, like a bird. Like the soul leaving the body as a bird. I don't know if that's something he said or if that was just something the writer was doing to be poetic. But I thought it was a nice imagery regardless.
Room. Oh dear, my hallucinations aren't all that original. I had to smile at the fact that my professional instincts were working even at times like this. But in any case, I really felt...
Well, I think Nolan basically did have a final draft ready for the film 10 years prior. It took ages to find the funding. Yeah, but the thing is, like, what I'm saying here is that the things I'm referencing, or the things that people reference would be Satoshi Kon references, are not stuff you'd write in a script. You would not write about the specific type of hallway you run in, and you would not write about the specific type of, like, shot that you would be doing that would be referencing a film that doesn't even exist yet. These things would have been added later. Also, when it comes to filmmaking, especially that you don't have a finished script 10 years before. You have a script and a draft, and then it goes through several different revisions as the film comes on. That's just how it works. It's like the collaborative experience. Like, he may have had a draft of a script done, but he would not have had a final draft, because it would have to go through several things like producers. It would have to go through his writers at the time, because he didn't write Nolan, he didn't write Inception on his own. His brother also was credited, and maybe David S. Goya was also credited, and I guarantee you they did not write a final script 10 years before, when they didn't even know each other, basically, or didn't even work together in the same capacity.
Death very close to me. I was a little surprised that when I was being carried into the living room...
Yeah, that's the one. The spectre, the skeleton spectre. You also see reference to that kind of character in Takahata's work, and also in early Toei films, Toei animated films. Yeah, I think someone said here about him. He mentions Tokyo Godfathers, and I think he's just doing it in a kind of like joking way, because obviously like Tokyo Godfathers is written with so many like coincidences in mind, like it becomes kind of ridiculous, almost like a fairy tale. So when all these things happen to him in his real life, he's like, oh, I guess like coincidences do happen, you know. Just I think he's kind of making fun because he knows the people reading this letter are going to be his fans. Like this letter is specifically for his fans.
As a bonus, I experienced that deathbed experience everyone is familiar with. However, it seems that I was able to overcome pneumonia.
And the music here, I think, is E minor. Very big classical piece. I didn't want to use it for the whole piece, but I thought the beginning part it would be nice to use. I just really like the E minor song. I've had like a version of it, like a nice, because it's like, obviously it's public domain as well, so I've had a version of it ready to go in a video for like ages, and I'm glad I actually got to use it for once. But I didn't want to use it the whole way through because I think that's kind of a bit, I don't know, like I think the words speak for themselves. I don't need to make them any sadder than they already are.
I did think like this in a way. I didn't manage to die. Amazingly, after then, my life force was rejuvenated from the bottom of my heart. I couldn't waste my time, and I had to spend it carefully.
And someone's asking if I cried. I cried in like the test reading, not the actual other two readings I had to do. I was in the zone of just having to read stuff.
To me about the cancer. I hadn't even told my parents. There were so many people I wanted to see before I died, to say even one word of greeting to.
Oh, actually, there's a reference in here that might be worth bringing up.
To be truthful, I'd only told the people
I'll talk about it now, why not?
About the cancer. I hadn't even told my parents.
So some of these shots, I drew all these shots, obviously. So I drew that one, drew that one. This one here, that's Hirasawa, right? I was originally going to have Hirasawa animated in a similar fashion to other characters in the earlier sections of the video, although I drew his head in a specific way. And when I drew his head the second time, I did a bad job of it, and it just looked awful. Like they looked really bad when they transitioned between each other. So like I had to just use one face for him, but I did use like his weird armor that he's wearing does like flicker. But like yeah, the face I drew was just so bad, and it just didn't match at all. I hadn't done any of the shading on it, which was a really bad move, and it just did not match at all, especially with his big floppy hair. So yeah, that might be why earlier on you might have seen like his armor moves, but his face doesn't move because I fucked up. Good times.
To say even one word of greeting to family and relatives, old friends with whom I'd shared good and bad times, the countless people I'd been able to know.
This shot's a little bit dodgy, but I mean I think it kind of works. It's just a little bit rough around the edges. I like the idea of the shot. I mean, I don't know if I like that zoom as much though.
Director. What irony. I was prone on my deathbed, and I didn't want people to see my emaciated body. I wanted most of the people I knew to remember me as I was.
I don't know if that shot works either. I mean, I used an overlay. I wanted it to match the world. Maybe I shouldn't have done it so extremely. It's a bit much.
I lived in. Just the fact
I mean, it's kind of alright though.
I think that makes me very happy. However, even though I can let go of my many irresponsible actions, I cannot help regretting two things about my parents and about Madhouse's founder, Murayama-san, even though it was rather late.
Just worth saying as well, this original, like, the original memo he had is a lot longer than this. I had to really cut it down or I wouldn't have been able to finish this in time. Because, like, this goes on really long and it repeats itself quite a lot. So I had to make a very streamlined version of it. So I took the core foundations of what he's talking about and tried to make it, like, as efficient as possible just to get, like, the major points. Because a lot of the rest of it is stuff like him talking about his will, or him talking about like movie deals, like how he wasn't allowed to tell people because of like his contracts, and like other little bits like him going into like details about people that he used to know, and then him repeating like apology after apology after thanking people after apology. If you really want to, I think in my description there is actually a source to the actual full letter if you want to read it all. Like the whole thing, I had to keep it like, just for the sake of like use kind of is. I couldn't physically do it all. I couldn't draw like a lot of this drawing. Really destroyed my wrist. Like I did a lot of drawing and work for this finale.
I wanted
because I wanted to really sell it.
As soon as I saw Maruyama-san's face when he came to see me at my home, I couldn't stop the flow of tears from my feelings of shame. I'm so sorry for ending like this. Maruyama-san said no.
Again, Jonathan. I already mentioned this. Like it sounds like Nolan. If this is like the Paprika and Nolan thing, the idea of going into dreams is not very original. People, I hate to tell you that. And that like Nolan said he got the idea from like an old Scrooge McDuck comic, and I believe him. That sounds like something Nolan would do. And the comic is literally about going to someone's dreams to steal some like the combination for a safe, and that's pretty much what the whole plot of Inception's about.
Nothing. He shook his head and he gripped both my hands. I was filled with thankfulness, a feeling of gratitude and joy that I'd been.
And this shot here, that's a digital shot. I actually don't think it's great. I would have probably repenciled it, but again, time was not on my side, so I don't really like that Moriyama shot. I mean, I think it does the business, but like I could have probably drawn a better Moriyama there.
This person came over me like a landslide. I felt as though
he's a sweet guy.
I'd been forgiven in that instant. My biggest regret is the film Dreaming Machine. I worried not only about the
Wait, oh, did I miss a good important shot?
To the whole for ending like this. Moriyama-san said nothing.
So we got one Moriyama there, we got shaking head Moriyama, holding on to Moriyama there. Oh, and then we're talking about Dream Machine. I was very lucky that I could find this old website and make it work again.
I worried not only about the film itself, but about the...
Believe me, alright, Morgan, believe me, I checked it up. I did the research. I made a video about Paprika, and I made this video. Like, I spent 3 months researching it. There is no, like, I couldn't find a single reference to Nolan saying it. I saw references to people saying Nolan said it, but I could find no reference when people asked. Someone did ask, I believe someone asked Nolan a question of, like, if any anime inspired him when he was making Inception, and he just said no. That's what he said. There is no reference where he says, yes, I watched Paprika. There is just a reference in a French magazine that says they have a reference, like, on a website. So like that is like big like citation needed. If you can find a citation, gladly you can send it. Where I don't know, the chat doesn't seem to want to take citations. You can send it in the comments of this video when it's published. But like I have not seen anything. I have not seen any strong credible relevance that he's ever mentioned Paprika in any capacity.
Staff with whom I was able to work with. After all, there's a strong possibility that my storyboards that were created with blood, sweat and tears will never be seen. This is because Satoshi Kon put his arms around the original story, the script, characters, the setting, the sketches, the music, every single image. Basically, most of the work can only be understood by Satoshi Kon. It's easy to say that it was my fault for arranging things this way, but from my point of view, I made every effort to share my vision with others. However, in my current state...
Okay, I mean, there's probably a joke here from Burke, but I just want to make a point. The reason I'm like pretty stern about this stuff is because like when you're a creative and you're making stuff, like I think it's really stifling to be like, they both made a film about dreams, thus they stole it from each other. I think it just really stifles people's creativity or like ability to just like do ideas. If we spend all our time going, well, this guy referenced this guy for like 2 shots, let's cancel him. Just because like it's just part of the medium, everyone. It's just like that's just how it is. Like, I mean, I understand with like Mobius that like, you know, maybe some people are like angry about Mobius like getting copied by every other person, including people that he worked with unintentionally, so without like credit or money. But that's just the business, baby, when you're an influential and important figure.
My inadequacies in these...
Also here, you might notice I used the same music I did at the beginning of the video when I said problem. So this is like a subtle reference that most people have probably forgotten because it's 48 minutes later. But like there's a particular track I use when I'm saying there's one problem with the video, and you hear the vrrr. This is the track that it's from. So like this is me like audibly referencing that this is the problem. The problem is that this film was never completed, and we don't know what to do with the like what's left.
These areas. I'm really sorry to all the staff.
But yeah, the website is great. It has all this cool imagery on it from the film.
If only a little bit, Satoshi Kon was that kind of guy, and that's why he was able to make rather weird anime that were a bit different. When I told Moriyama-san about my concerns about Dreaming Machine, he just said,
the Scrooge McDuck thing, you're going to have to look for it, I'm afraid, because I heard it on the fucking radio. This is going back a long time. I heard it on like the literal radio that someone had referenced this. You're going to have to go around. You'll definitely be able to find. I'm sure it can't be that hard to find, but like, I heard it on a radio program. I'm pretty sure there must be other references to it. You could probably just find the Scrooge McDuck comic and you'll see what I'm talking about. Like, you probably wouldn't be too hard to track down a picture of the Scrooge McDuck, like the comic. I'm sure someone's referenced it somewhere, archived it. But I heard it on the radio originally, many years ago. So I can't reference the radio recording that I saw back then.
Don't worry, we'll figure something out. So don't worry. I wept.
Here. This shot here, this is what I'm talking about. This shot here is an actual reference to Ashita Noja. Well, Ashita. Ashita no Joe. Ashita no Show is a show that Masao Moriyama, produced back way at the beginning of his career. He was one of the people working on the show way, way, way back. So that's in 1970 when he was still working at Mushi Pro. In fact, it was that show that gave him the rights, the ability to make the Hajime no Ippo show at Madhouse and then at his studio afterwards. Because he made that show, he was then allowed to make that reference. But there's a shot from episode 7 that Shabes willingly, he told me where the shot was because I needed to find it, where Joe, the main character, is just crying. He's basically at the lowest point. He's like in the back of a truck about to go to jail. And this is my reference point here where like Kon is just weeping at his lowest point, I guess. But also, I suppose, quite thankful. Just like that, more like Masao actually was able to like give him that, and then I got the rain there. I try to do like the inverted thing, which is also a very big Dasaki reference. So yeah, that's what I was going for in that scene.
I've been so irresponsible with the production, the budget, but I'd always had Moriyama-san to figure it out.
I'm always dreaming.
And for me, in the end, this time is no different. I really haven't changed. I was able to talk to my heart's content with Moriyama-san. Thanks to this, I was able to feel at least a little bit.
That was a bit of jarring, actually. I probably got to be careful about my cuts there.
In our industry.
I mean, I'm reusing the montage at the beginning here, but like in reverse, just to sort of like
to show the world
like poetry, it rhymes, they
so
go around in
much.
circles.
Satoshi Kon was happy as an animation director. It was so heartbreaking to tell my parents. I'd really intended to go up to Sapporo.
There's a bit more of the story here I think I had to cut as well,
so
maybe a little bit.
And annoyingly fast, I ended up calling them on the telephone.
Again, we're back to collage because I don't like drawing items like this. And it was to save time. I actually really like how this one looks. I collaged a couple phones together and then got the phone. Like, I think that's a quite nice image and it's got a bit of like good texture to it.
I'm in the late stages of cancer and I will die soon. I was so happy being born as a child to you, father and mother. Thank you. They must have been devastated to hear this.
Again, here, this is a shot used prior, but I kind of modernized it up a bit, made it look a bit older.
I wanted to see my parents' faces one last time. My parents followed my selfish wishes and came the next day. I can never forget the first words out of my mother's mouth when she saw me lying there. I'm so sorry for not bringing you into this world with a stronger body. I was completely speechless. It's so disrespectful.
And again, I used the shot again because I didn't want it to go to waste. And then I added the little con there.
To do what I want as an anime director.
In Sapporo,
my goals,
full circle, I guess.
Good reviews.
Back to the beginning again.
That my films didn't make a lot of money.
And if I remember right, the end of Seraphim, the novel. Not the novel, the manga. There's an interview with like the producer or like the editor at the time, and this is where he brings up the point that none of Kon's works ever broke the top 20 of the Animage polls, and the Animage polls are like in Japan, which are like each year I think they have like 20 of the most popular anime of that year in Japan. So like Kon's work was just not popular in Japan. Like it was definitely more popular in the States and above that. Who drew what? Sorry, I don't know who's asking this, but who drew what? I mean, I drew a lot of the images in this video.
In particular, I felt
besides the post draws, obviously. Like those are all.
Lastly, to my wife, about whom I worry the most.
That shot there I drew
has been the most support until the end. Since that time left pronouncement, we drowned ourselves in tears together so many times. Every day was brutal for both of us, physically and mentally. There are
I drew that shot as well.
For it. But the reason why I was able to survive those difficult days was because of the words that you said.
And we got a nice little texture thing I've animated for the background.
Until
the end. Nice.
My wife is awesome, but you stood close to me.
I think he does talk a lot more about his wife in the full version. I had to cut some of it, unfortunately. But it is very sweet, like the stuff he said.
Always understood that I needed to immerse myself in my work, that my talent was there. I was happy.
And this shot here, I think, is a reference to, I think it's from the Paprika thing where he's, I think it's from Paprika's behind the scenes where he's like, just like at the desk trying to like write the script.
Be truly happy during my life, and as I wait,
oh shit,
death,
my phone just died.
Well,
no more.
Enough. So to
no more chat. I'm afraid, guys. Sorry.
Full of gratitude.
We're at the end anyway.
Good in the world. I'll put down my pen. Now, excuse me.
And this reference here, I think I was kind of going for like an Ashita no Joe thing again at that shot.
On
subtly.
24th at 6:20 a.m.
And then bring back the same font from prior.
It was a great loss to the end.
And as you can see here, this is two shots. I was trying some different lighting for here, and one of my lights made my glasses really funny on the shadows there. But like, yeah, this is kind of my conclusion here, where I'm bringing up like the dilemma with having a film that's unfinished with a director who passed tragically, and what you do with that.
Industry. Moriyama said that he'd dedicate the rest of his life to finishing the film.
Also, just worth saying, Moriyama is 82 years old now.
And a third of it was complete. But what is it to finish another man's work? Does it become yours? Con felt that there was only one person that could finish it, and that was himself.
Yeah, apparently like a lot of the information just was not given to people in enough capacity.
And Moriyama eventually came to the same conclusion after about 4 or 5 years. He said something along the lines that, while there are great film directors out there, if they finish it, it no longer becomes what Con's vision would be. It would be better off I just recreate it from scratch using Con's original idea. Although, after all this time, he hasn't found anyone that comes up to the standards that he's looking for.
Yeah, and it's been 10 years, so it's probably never going to happen, I'm afraid,
really,
guys.
in the end of the day, what I'd like to see is
And
maybe like
this
a
is my solution, I
documentary
guess.
on the making of the film and perhaps even the archive of what they have to show. Since so much of it was already done, it would be a shame to let it all go to waste.
And this is the
And it
trailer
seems like
for
they've already got that
the
sort of
new
idea
documentary from
because
French
the film
filmmakers.
has been announced just as I'm recording this. Ultimately, Satoshi Kon's legacy is not one that would be forgotten for a long time. I'd also like to thank Andrew Osmond for helping out.
Yeah, Andrew Osmond was also in the trailer. We actually had a chat about that. Like, apparently he didn't know they were going to release the trailer that day, but he said he was looking forward to the thing. He'd done some stuff probably a while ago, but like, yeah, it seems like it's all coming together. And that's like the end of the video, I guess. So, all right, there we go. Where's the chat at? Okay, what are people saying? All right, so, fuck, my voice is gone. Yeah, I'm waking up from the dream. Do you know what Paprika's message website? People still leave messages. I think there was a time when you could leave messages for. There was a Paprika website. I think that was when, and there was also a chance to send your emails or like your messages to Con, if I remember right. You could send your messages to him after his passing, but they probably shut that down. Oh, thank you. Comments. Someone said you have. What's it? Well, the dedication is impressive. You got my respect. Thank you. Hey man, I got to say thanks for all these videos. I watch them on the way to work. It keeps me hell immersed. Thank you, Brandon. Like Miyazaki, did Kon have an opinion on 3D animation? Kon used a lot of 3D animation in his films, so I mean, it seems like it was a pretty positive response. He just tended to try and use it in such a way that it was like cohesive with the 2D, because he was interested in doing 2D animation. Why did you choose to direct your gaze past the lens here? Past the lens. I think that's just how it was, honestly. The lens was quite low, if I recall, because it was just the awkwardness of shooting it, and I think I was looking at like a piece of paper on the wall behind it, which didn't really have much on it. It just had a couple bullet points, but I was kind of looking there, and then sometimes I noticed I actually I accidentally was looking at my laptop. So there's parts of the shot where I'm looking probably beyond the camera because I'm looking at my laptop, and not because there's anything on the laptop, but just because I'm looking at my reflection, because I'm trying to see if I'm in shot properly. So like that was really silly of myself, but yeah, live and learn, I guess. Where are we at? Yeah, my phone died, but now I'm on the actual proper page, so I can just see the final comments because there's probably not much left for me to say. Oh, we've done 4 hours apparently, guys. Exactly 4 hours. Look at that. God, this stream was a bit of a mess, but I'm glad you all followed me through it because I honestly didn't think it would take me 4 hours to do that. That was just silly. I'm sorry. And thank you, Copper. I hope you enjoyed it. I mean, I'll leave an archive in the Patreon lounge. All right. All right. I'm glad everyone enjoyed. I'm glad everyone enjoyed the 53 minutes that took me 4 times as long just to get through. The average watch time of 3 minutes when... How is the average watch time? 3 minutes when it's 50? No, the average watch time is not 3 minutes. It's like... I think it's like 12 maybe. Something like that. It's pretty high usually for me. Usually you only get like 40% watch time. But like, I mean, with a video much bigger, you don't expect to get 40% watch time. I'm wondering, do you know about Grasshopper Studio? What the video game makers from Suda51? Yeah, I like them. I've actually made one of my friends. We made a video on one of their games, the Samurai Champloo one. Great video, man. Thanks for your dedication and craft. Yeah, it was a production between Evangelion director and Swallowtail's Butterflies director Shunji Iwaya. What are we talking about? Grasshopper Studio. Oh, am I thinking of something else? I'm thinking of like the Suda51 video game company. Is Grasshopper Studio an anime company? I thought, are they two different things? Oh, you got here at the end. Oh, don't worry, Copy. Don't worry, Copper. I will send you a link to the whole stream. This is not usual. Usually I would stream on a Wednesday and Sunday. That's my plan. My plan would be to my plan would be to stream on Wednesdays and Sundays. It's just I couldn't stream yesterday because I was recording, and then I didn't know how to set this all up. Now it's all set up. Burke, thanks. I hope everyone had a good one. Yeah, man, I got to say, out of all the YouTube videos I watched, yours was something genuine special. I'm glad that people enjoyed it. Like, it was a lot of effort, and to me, it's kind of like, I'm sort of, what would you say? I'm kind of like disassociated to it, because obviously, like, I'm very close to the work, and I can't really look at it the same way that someone who hasn't spent all that time making it can. But I think that it mostly paid off. Oh, okay, the average watch time on this video is 3 minutes. I don't know. On the actual real video, it's like a lot more. But I guess it's just because it's a stream, and I was buggering around a lot on the stream, so I don't surprised that people were like, yeah, fuck this. I'm so glad your video went well. Yeah, 100k in 1 week is not usual for me. I've had a couple videos like that, mainly just the Plastic Love one, and maybe the New Jeb. No, the New Jebez one didn't rise that quickly, I don't think. I think like in the first month it got like 50,000 views. But I would say that the Satoshi Kon one is like the marriage of it's like the marriage of, what would you say? A strong thumbnail, an evocative title, and hitting that trending mark. Those 3 factors. If you can hit those 3 factors at the same time, you can hit a magical sweet spot on YouTube, but it's really difficult. And most of the time I'm not talking about stuff that's trending, which I probably should, I guess, to some degree. You definitely need to make one of Grasshopper Studios. It's not really my area, but maybe my friend would. They made the first anime and live film show. Oh, okay, so this is a different studio than I'm thinking. I'll have to look it up later. Please consider incorporating your drawings and paintings in the videos. I mean, I do. Yeah, I've in videos, really nice person. Yeah, I usually do incorporate the drawings and paintings as much as I can. It just depends on the video. That's just how it be. Like, if a video is kind of short, like, I probably won't do as much for it because it's like time consuming. But it depends. Like, I plan to do a little bit for my next video on Mobius, like on this Mobius movie. It's not going to be a very long video. It's probably about 10 minutes long, but I'll probably draw a couple little bits for it, just like some tiny bits. Before Kill Bill and shit. I don't know what we're talking about. It was a really enjoyable video. I'm glad. I'm glad people have watched it. Satoshi Kon was like trending a little bit because it was the 10th anniversary of his passing on the 24th. So like there was a little bit of an uptick in like people talking about him. There was a couple more news stories, and if you obviously that trailer came out for the movie, so there was a small uptick. Other people also made a couple of videos, I think, at the same time. I think most of it, luckily, that I just hit exactly that sweet spot, because obviously my video came out like a day after, and I think it worked out for what it is. But yeah, I think there was a small uptick at least, just because of that situation, that people were looking to be like retrospective about his career and talking about him, at least to a little addition. Like, he's obviously not going to get Miyazaki trending numbers, but I think there was a little uptick from what I could see on the Google Trends. But yeah, this video has sort of surpassed that trending point now. It's just become its own thing. But yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. I haven't ever streamed this long before. My voice is actually in tatters. I'm going to sound like an old man by tomorrow. I'm going to sound like Willem Dafoe. You know, what does Willem Dafoe say? Like, what does he say? What does he say? Are you out or are you in, Spider-Man? Godspeed. And something about Poseidon. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going on about. Yeah, so someone's saying, thanks, Stephen. It's been a pleasure to know you guys. Take care. Thank you, Law. Thank you for doing the stream. Yeah, I'll probably end it very soon. I'm just trying to figure it. I always find ending streams is difficult. Like, I mean, you should just be able to press the button, but like, I don't know. It's just like, how do you finish up? How do you say goodbye? How does someone do that? I mean, this is pretty much the end, and I have no water. Me and you, Spider-Man, will rule the galaxy as father and son. Oh, that's not the real quote. I'll just say it anyway. Me and you, Spider-Man, will rule the galaxy as father and son. There you go. My next video will be on a Mobius movie. It's obscure because this video is doing well, so I'm having a little treat and making a video about something weird and obscure that no one else would make a video about, which is a film called Time Masters that was made in 1982 by a French filmmaker called René Laloux, most well known for Fantastic Planet. It was a sequel, it was the second movie he made, well, second feature he made, I believe, after Fantastic Planet. The film didn't do very well. It was regarded kind of questionably, has gained a bit of a cult following. Mobius himself has kind of distanced himself from the film. He didn't necessarily enjoy what it was, though he has sort of made peace with that and says that he thinks it's a charming film in its own right. It just wasn't the film he wanted them to make. He wanted them to make something that was more like gargantuan and big and beautiful, like an Akira. Yeah, no, you hang up. That's exactly me. I'm terrible. Was it good? Was it a good impression? I mean, I'll take your word for it. I mean, I can never tell. Maybe it was good. I quite like doing impressions of Willem Dafoe. I'd love to do that speech he does from like The Lighthouse, where he talks about he just has that really intense speech about sailors and not saying bad things to seagulls and Poseidon and your guts will burst. In, you know, some sort of crazy shit. It was good. Can you be my dad? Yeah, sure. I'm everyone's dad. I'm dadcore as hell. So you know, I'm everyone's dad right now. That's me, Stephen the dad. Oh my god, this movie is The Cell. It gave me the gumps. I don't know what you're talking about. The movie In the Cell? I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, I fucking love that line. Don't tell me you didn't love me lobster. Don't tell me you didn't like me lobster. You liked me lobster, didn't you? No, that's not good. That was bad, guys. Don't tell me that part was good. That was not good. Because he goes really like Somerset. Like he goes very like southern, like a sailor. He's speaking very like. I mean, I'm from the Southwest, so I know the accent. Like he's going very like classic Southwest, but in an American tinge of that area, so it's very sailory. You didn't like me lobster. No, that's no good. I can't do it now. I guess I'd have to get more Defoe or something like you didn't like me lobster. No, I don't think I can do it right now. No, my voice is gone. You're not. I'm British. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm British. Southwest of England. I mean, half my family's Irish, to be fair, but yeah. I mean, Irish. Some went to immigrate to America, so there's some that live in Boston, but I live in England. Yeah. The Cell. Yeah, it's an it's an animation movie. Isn't it? The Cell of another movie. Yeah, this animation movie is in The Cell, another movie. Oh, is it? Okay, I'll take your word. Is The Cell the film? Is Cell the film? Like The Cell, is that a film? Oh, maybe what I'll do on the way out. I wonder. Let's have a look here. Is that one? Is it not here? Maybe it is really difficult to find. I don't think it's this top one. Might be this one though. This looks like it. Yeah, this is it. This is just in really poor quality. This is the Berserk Forces. The Berserk. I'm gonna have to mute it because it will get me claimed. But yeah, this is in 240p. There's probably a better quality version of it somewhere on YouTube. But this is the official Satoshi Kon AMV for Berserk. So if you want to watch it, it's here. Just try and find a better quality one than this one. There must be one around. I think someone referenced where it was from in the comments. You don't let me know. Yeah. You didn't let me. You're not. Okay. It's revealed in the series finale that Stephen was never British. Oh, you got me. I'm American. Where would I even be from if I wasn't English? Do you think I'm American or something? Australian? Irish? A sailor? No, the one you talk planet. Planet Lalu. You mean Fantastic Planet? I don't know what you're saying, Law. What are you looking for? Oh, okay, these might be late. Yeah, I was looking for the Forces video, but I put it up. There's probably a better version around. Nice. I thought you said you were American. No, I'm not American. I have family in America, but I'm not American. Could be New Englander. If that's what they sound like, who knows? But I mean, yeah, I live here. Mobius was really influential, but never had a success outside of his comic book work. Maybe because it's difficult to be adapted, more work with. Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, his successes were that he did a lot of concept art on very successful films like Star Wars and Tron, and I mean, I guess Tron wasn't that successful, but kind of culturally, yeah. And Alien, etc. Like he worked on a lot of big popular films, and he made comic books for like, Marvel, and his own in Metal Hurlon. Oh yeah, so it was Olim, was it? Olim had it. Let me have a look. So goodbye me, get out of here. But yeah, since I shaved my head, my hair came back really weird. It's just like it's all over the place. There we go. Yeah, this is like good quality. If you want to watch the video for real, this is the quality you want to watch it. And this is Forces, so this is Satoshi Kon's video. Again, I'm gonna have to mute it, guys. I'm sorry. Actually, I'll just. Alright, that's all you can get. But yeah, like if you look through it, like it's a very cool looking music video. Very good like cut selection here. Like you'll see him like some of it feels a bit Kurosawa-y, like with the army scenes, but like it's all cut to action. It's all switching scenes and stuff like that. Doing cool stuff. And at the end, there's some weird CGI. I don't know. I don't think this was in the original series, but it's cool. Like that. There you go. What's your opinion on Paranoid Agent? Have you considered doing a video of the show? I just did a video on the whole series. I'm not going to talk about the show. I mean, I thought the show was good. I didn't think it was like its greatest work, and I think that some episodes are not as good as others. But I was generally enthralled to watch the whole thing, and I think the ending is quite smart, and like the way it handles the situation, like the sort of the cycle of the loop. I quite like that about it. Anyway, I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. My voice is literally going to go if I go too much longer. I'll just turn into Willem Dafoe in full by tomorrow. What would it be like? I need one final Willem Dafoe quote before I get out of here, because that's the kind of guy I am. Let's go with what does he say? I'm something of a scientist myself. That's probably not good. Oh, I can't even do it anymore. It's like, I'm something of a scientist myself. Yeah. No, it's bad. Bad. Hi, new fan here. I love your videos and research on Japanese media. On that note, I would love to see an analysis on several Horo Orogoro manga artists such as... there was actually a plan at one point to do like a, what do you say, like an Erogoro like history video. It might still happen. It's just like I don't know how I would not get like taken down by doing it, but I think it's a worthwhile topic to talk about historically, contextually, and like how it is as a medium, because it was kind of influential in its own right, and it's basically its own art movement, even though it's very contentious. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's all I got, guys. I'll say goodbye now. Bye-bye. I hope you all enjoyed. Who's Shintaro Cargo? I don't know who that. Anyways, yeah, I'll say goodbye now, because if I don't, I'll be here for another hour or two. Bye-bye. and